Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. Today is also ASMR Sunday, so I'll do my best to remember that and try not to raise my voice or speak in any way which isn't hopefully relaxing or affirming or validating. It has been some time since the last one, given that this body of mine has been sick with a cold, potentially even a very weak kind of pneumonia. I've heard that something called walking pneumonia has been going around, and it's like regular pneumonia, except it's not as bad, so you can walk around. That's why it's called walking pneumonia. And I think I fit all the symptoms, but I don't know. Anyway, my body hasn't been feeling that great, but it's better now, and I'm back today. So here I am. Welcome, everyone. I'm grateful to be here. I hope to be able to provide a space in which I can be a good enough host. That means being a servant of some kind. That is our highest nature. I wish to reflect that. Namaste, dear Sky Guardian. Namaste, dear Melinda. And thank you, Giuliano, who sent an ice cream cone, a Gigi, a heart me, a TikTok, and a cloud bread. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Blessing our Sangha today. I hope you all are as well as you can be in this moment. Body, mind, and spirit. Well, in spirit, you're already as good as you can be. That's as good as it gets. But I'm sure our bodies and minds, being limited, could feel better in some aspects. Never have felt any worse. What am I trying to say? Feeling pretty good in other ways, I hope. Whatever you are feeling in this moment, know that that's okay. You can be feeling exactly like that. There's no wrong way to be feeling what you're feeling. Though there are certainly ways which we can go about processing our feelings that bring out different possibilities more than another. Hello, dear Pesto. It has been a while. And hello, dear Kali. Thank you for the heart me. Radhe, Radhe. And dear Emma, thank you for the trio of roses that you sent. Very kind. Jaya Sitaram. Welcome, dear Magdalene. Thank you. My heart is very happy to be here, full of love. Hello, dear Ragnhildr. May you be feeling as well as you can. Oh, I forgot to set the intention for this space. May this be one which we can come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, share our experiences, and deliver positivity from one heart to another. The world certainly deserves some more positivity from all of us. Thank you for sharing the live, dear Magdalene. All is well, dear Pesto. I appreciate your concern. As I was saying earlier, before you arrived, I had been sick in this body. Taken care of that. Body is still pretty sick, but it's moved out of my throat, so I can really speak now. And hello, dear Donsuela. Also, my sleep schedule has been better. Today, at least. Yes, I am feeling much better. Thanks to a mother who can make very great potions, though she calls them teas. They're definitely potions. Going out in the dark to pluck some sage leaves and other stuff from the yard and boiling it together in a pot. Modern cauldron. That definitely helped.
Dear hippie heart,
You share that your body can relate in its feeling of unwellness. All of my best energies for you to feel better soon too. Om Namah Shivaya. Welcome, dear Michelle. So, I would like to begin our Sangha, this space, with Ashravana, the Sanskrit word for listening. Today I'd like to listen with you as we read through another chapter of the book that we've been reading, a chapter at a time, before we open up our space into Manana, which is dedicated to questions and answers. Thank you for sharing the live too, dear Ragnhildar, and welcome, dear Anna. And thank you, Ten How You, for the heart me. Jai Shri Krishna. Now let's see. May this reading relax you and validate you. This is chapter 46, titled The Puzzle is Not Complete. Or is it? February 28th, 2018. I landed in New Delhi the day before the annual International Yoga Festival was to begin in Rishikesh at our ashram. As director of the festival, I had to be there. It was going to be huge. I was on my way home from Vienna, where I'd attended a conference of faith-based organizations, quote, United Against Violence in the Name of Religion, unquote, organized by the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz. If I can pronounce that better, you're welcome to let me know. International Center for Interreligious and Intercultural Dialogue, KAICIID, an intergovernmental organization that promotes interfaith dialogue to prevent and resolve conflict. The United Nations, Saudi Arabia, Spain, Austria, and other countries and religious institutions. I love that something like that exists. I think the world certainly deserves more of that kind of brotherhood, sisterhood. Amazingly, I had been in Vienna 2 weeks earlier as well to attend another conference, one devoted to the UN Plan of Action for religious leaders to prevent incitement to violence that could lead to atrocity crimes. Wow, that includes genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. Very important also. For 2 years, I'd been engaged with the Plan of Action, attending and speaking at the conferences around the world, including the Plan of Action launch in July 2017 in New York with the UN Secretary General. This was one of the numerous UN programs, events, and campaigns that I'd been invited to participate in over the last many years on behalf of India, Hinduism, and our Global Interfaith WASH Alliance. Why me? I wondered to myself and my guru, Pujya Swamiji. See, he said, I told you that you would play a major role in touching and inspiring people around the world. This is only the beginning, he said. Sometimes I wonder if her guru had the foresight to know that people like us would be reading her book in a Sangha like the one we are doing now. I love this work, the people at the organizations who are doing these projects, and the people in countries all around the world who will be touched by the impact of these efforts. Although 2 trips to Vienna in less than a month was not easy, it was worth it. These conferences were giving me a chance to have a part in something huge and impactful. And as a dear, dear friend and hero at the UN reminds me, your voice is unique and adds value. Our week-long International Yoga Festival, a major annual event we had hosted since 1999, would be starting early the next day. I showered at the Delhi airport, 600 rupees, about $8, for a clean bathroom with individually wrapped soap, shampoo, cotton, and Q-tips. Why cotton and Q-tips? Before heading to the domestic terminal to fly in Rishikesh. Does she answer the question, why cotton and Q-tips? Let's see. In Vienna, it had been -9 degrees Fahrenheit. I had watched people ice skating outside my hotel window. Here in Delhi, the heat beat down through the smog and was already sizzling the city. As soon as I arrived at the ashram, one of the men in seva, a Sanskrit word meaning selfless service, told me, "Pujya Swamiji is waiting for you. There is a press conference. Come." Shortly, I was smack in the middle of a news conference with local, state, and national media. Swamiji and I answered questions about the festival from a few dozen media representatives with nearly as many cameras and mics in front of us. More than 1,000 people from 92 countries are registered, and we are sure it will grow as the week goes by, we said. In fact, 2,000 people from more than 100 countries ended up coming. Swamiji continued, "The Vice President of India will inaugurate the festival on March 3rd. His Holiness the Dalai Lama is coming to bless us with his presence and inaugurate our Buddha garden and statue. He will stay with us on the 3rd and 4th of March. We have two of India's most renowned musicians, Shivamani and Kailash Kher, coming to perform, and more than 80 presenters from 20 countries, including some of India's most renowned religious leaders and experts of dozens of streams of yoga, from Iyengar and Ashtanga to Jivamukti and Sufi meditation. There will be 150 classes over 7 days, then an International Women's Day program on the 8th of March. The hours between the afternoon press conference and evening blurred in an unbroken flurry of meetings and conversations. The festival was run entirely by volunteers, devotees from around the world under the leadership of our resident seva, selfless service team. Registration teams, catering teams, accommodation teams, scheduling teams, production teams, and media teams met throughout the afternoon, overlapping groups pouring into and out of my office. Anyone who has ever organized a mega festival knows what the day before the event looks like. And I am not one of those people, at least not yet. At the welcome gathering for presenters, I was able to stay awake only by sheer willpower and the joy of seeing so many people I consider friends. Afterward, I just wanted to go to sleep. I don't blame her. Eat a little something, my Guru Pujya Swamiji said. For someone who left home at the age of 8 and has never lived anywhere except the jungle and this ashram, he has a remarkably instinctive grasp of motherhood. So I asked the guys to bring a cup of soup and some chapati to my desk. While I was eating, I decided to check pending emails. I sipped the soup and folded the chapati between bites to be able to eat it more quickly. I like that. Just like the trick to eat pizza, you fold it in half too. As I looked at my inbox to see if there was anything important, a new email arrived. The subject was Manny. My breath stopped. If you remember, Manny is the name of her biological father that legally disowned her. I should clarify. Someone else legally adopted her, and then that adoption process legally means that she was no longer the legal daughter of Manny. It was from my stepbrother, Tony, son of Ellen, the woman my biological father had married. Tony and I had loved each other in childhood, and when Manny reached out and re-established contact with me, seeing Tony again was an unequivocal bonus. After almost 10 years without contact, since our ill-fated meeting and my subsequent hospitalizations, Manny had flown to Detroit in the summer of 1999, where my Guru Pujya Swamiji and I were giving spiritual lectures and programs as part of the annual Dharma Yatra, a pilgrimage of righteousness, is what that literally translates to, and had taken me out to dinner. Swamiji had sat with him for a few minutes before we went out. Yes, Swamiji opened space for Manny to speak, as though, obviously, there was something to be said. Manny had fidgeted and fumbled and cracked a few jokes, and had looked relieved when the meeting was over. Over dinner at a vegan restaurant he'd proudly found, Manny had begun as he'd begun 10 years earlier during my visit to Denver in spring of my freshman year at Stanford. But either the tone in his voice had changed, or the tone in my ears had. Now, even though he spoke words of empty explanation, your mother was too difficult, etc., I heard the repentance of a haunted man. This is someone who had abused her. He's haunted, I said to my Guru Swamiji after I got back from dinner. At Manny's request, I had gone to visit him and Ellen the following year. In May 2000, that is... one second. Sorry, I need to take a moment to pause there, to cough. I had gone to visit him and Ellen the following year in May 2000 at his large home in Franktown, Colorado. It was before he was diagnosed with multiple myeloma. Hope I pronounced that right, or at least before he told me about it. I was no longer looking for anything from him. Rather, I was looking for what I could give him. I hadn't really known him when I was a child. Not in any way I remember. Not in a way that I remember his personality, I should say. So I don't know if he had always been this haunted and nervous, or if this had been triggered by meeting me again. But I had felt his anxiety, the whirling of his thoughts, and the pumping of his heart. I wanted to offer some relief, but I didn't want to talk about our history, as he made his position clear. There would be no apology or repentance. He had said it twice, unequivocally, 10 years apart. I didn't need to hear it again. And there was nothing specific I felt a need to say to him then. The only unfinished business for me had been, could you at least say you're sorry? Could you at least acknowledge the damage done to me, who, despite decades of believing the opposite, with my head in a toilet, did not actually cause your behavior? Could you at least maybe acknowledge that? That conversation would have been my unfinished business, but it was palpably obvious that any conversation regarding what he had done wrong, any insinuation that he was not fully, completely justified in everything he did, was out of the question. But that night, I had been able to feel his repentance in his pulse, in the jittery way he pulled the pizza from the oven with great flair, sliced it with a professional wheel thing. I could feel it in the sound of his voice when he said, "And the no cheese vegan variety for you, extra veggies." I had stayed overnight that visit and found myself rising from bed in the night to lock the door of my room. At that moment, I had realized that, going forward, I would only make daytime visits. No need to put myself through this again. Over the next years, I had visited him a few times. I had forgiven him. I had done what I needed to do for myself, and, I thought, for him. But I couldn't pretend the first 25 years of my life hadn't happened. Forgiveness, as I emphasize in satsang, doesn't mean that what the other person did is okay. It isn't condoning the act. You're not pretending to marry the person who hurt you or become their best friend or play the role of loving daughter. It simply means setting yourself free. I was choosing to play the role of his daughter to feel better about myself as a person, helping assuage his guilt and alleviate his pain. I'm okay, I thought, even without your presence, your love, your care, or even your money. I've turned out fine. Even without the apology or repentance you keep reminding me I'll never get, I'm still okay, and I still absolve you to the extent I'm able. The karmic fruit people get for the seeds they've sown does not depend on our forgiveness. I forgave Manny because I needed to be free. I forgave him because, as my Guru Pujya Swamiji reminded me that day in September 1996, no one else could draw that line for me. I had to do it. I forgave him because the only other option was to stay identified as a victim, ensconced in my drama. But I cannot uproot the tree he planted in his karmic garden. I had gotten back in contact as he requested. I had maintained the contact lovingly and unconditionally. My visits were not dependent on him apologizing. But I also had to honor myself. Loving kindness has to include ourselves. When we send loving kindness and compassion to all of creation, it has to go inward as well as outward. I extend my arms inward and embrace myself, not just my divine higher self, but also my individual impacted self who is doing her best. Compassion begins in the depth of my heart, the depth of my being, and includes all the parts of me, not just the most awake. Only when I can embrace myself in loving compassion will I be able to embrace the world. I am not just a bestower of compassion, I'm also a deserving recipient of compassion. To be there with Manny, pretending that those decades hadn't happened, would not have worked. I had to be there consciously, as that consciousness enabled me to know, to absolutely know beyond any vestigial doubt my intellect mind might still have had, that something magical had happened to me in India. Being there with him, laughing and eating pizza without rushing into the bathroom to throw up my pain and anger, was a miracle. But I did not need to continue putting myself in that situation just to prove what a beatific giver I was now that Mother Ganga had taken my pain. I was still very human and very much in need of self-compassion. So I had continued to visit, but only sporadically, stopping occasionally on layovers between flights. Once, Swamiji and I had dinner at Manny and Ellen's before they drove us to the airport for our flight. One year we met in the airport itself, as my layover was just a few hours. Tony, Ellen's son, and I reconnected with love. He joined us on one of our pilgrimages to Tibet and spent time at the ashram. He flew out to Los Angeles with his wife and son during one of my visits to get together. We emailed regularly. "Do you remember everything?" I had asked him one time as he drove me to the airport in Denver. "Yes, I think so," he had said. "How did you forgive?" I had spoken with him gently, not exactly sure of how much he remembered and not wanting to make things worse for him. I shared the ritual of giving my pain to the river goddess Ganga. I shared what I had learned about forgiveness, and I shared the freedom I had found in it. Manny's multiple myeloma. I keep wanting to say myelinoma, but it's not that. It's myeloma. Myeloma. Stayed in remission for 16 years. His diagnosis in 2002 had predicted a life expectancy of a few years, but he was a doctor and a smart man. He researched and researched, developed and developed, volunteered for new trial after new trial. When I saw him in 2015, he looked older and a bit weaker, but relatively healthy. I had stopped going through Denver for many years. Itineraries got busier and other things took over. I also noticed that until he got an email from me, I never heard from him. When I reached out, he was gracious, happy, and eager to see me. But unless I did, years went by without so much as a happy birthday. Finally, I thought to myself, reach out to him. He's in pain, and when he passes, you don't want to feel like you missed an opportunity. So, I emailed him in June 2015 after being out of touch for a few years. He came to see me while I was visiting LA that summer, making up a story about a medical convention he had to attend. I was touched by the lie. He couldn't bring himself to say, "I'm flying here to see you." But clearly, he wanted to see me and made up an excuse. We met for lunch between meetings of his quote-unquote medical conference. In 2017, he had driven up to Boulder, Colorado to see me for a few hours during a program Pujya Swamiji and I had there. Do I really have to do this? I asked Swamiji. I feel so done with him. It's just for a few hours, Swamiji had comforted me. He's sick, and he is the reason you're on this planet, remember? So we spent a couple of hours sitting in a sunlight den making small talk. Manny told me the details of the treatment he was undergoing, but he didn't say he was dying. At one point in the conversation he said, "I should stop talking about my life and ask about yours. I've been talking the whole time." I smiled and said I was happy to listen to him. No, you talk, he said. Tell me about your life. I told him about the work we were doing, about the new programs for water, sanitation, and hygiene. I told him about being at the United Nations. I told him about my menopausal hot flashes. He listened attentively, commented thoughtfully, and made jokes that I don't remember now. I laughed, not just to be polite, but because he was genuinely funny. After a few hours, he had to get back for treatment. We hugged goodbye, and he walked out. Tony's email a year later was short and simple. Manny had died the night before, on February 26th, 2018, in Denver. There would be no funeral. He wanted to be cremated. There would also be no memorial. He had not wanted one. I went and sat with Pujya Swamiji for a few minutes and cried. Tears of loss, tears of separation. But I was, surprisingly, okay. I felt really done. Although I never got the apology I'd yearned for, his demeanor had felt like one. He was clearly haunted by guilt. Who opens conversations with, "If you're looking for apologies or repentance, you're looking in the wrong place"? I was at peace with my relationship with Manny because I was at peace with myself. That inextinguishable peace lasted a matter of weeks. At the end of March, I received an email from his wife, Ellen, with a letter she said Manny had left for me. It took some maneuvering to download the attachment. My operating system didn't recognize it. She told me Manny had written it before he died and asked her to send it to me. Oh, 1 second. thank you for your patience as I attend to the call of nature. The letter was dated October 2010. It was 4.5 single-space typed pages explaining why he was not leaving me anything in his will, how first my mother, then Frank, and then I had hurt him, insulted him. With each page, my eyes got drier and drier from staring without blinking. What was he talking about? Who was he writing to? What history was he describing? He had taken the chronology of our life, the chronology of my life, and rewritten it. He was hurt that once I was out of my mother's house and in college, I hadn't bothered to contact him. What? We had corresponded regularly from the first week I arrived at Stanford until I traveled to Colorado to visit him during my spring break. That was when he had announced I should not expect any apologies or repentance. A week later, I was in the hospital, vomiting blood and with a blood pressure of 80/40. He had known about the hospitalizations. He had known I was out of school. My doctors had written to him. I had spoken to him on the phone from a line of payphones in my second hospital, the summer between my first and second years at Stanford, 5 months after we'd been together in Denver. Manny's only concern had been that because, at that point, I wasn't registered as a full-time student because I'd broken the stipulation in the divorce agreement to remain continuously enrolled because I was in a hospital instead of in school, he was absolved from his financial responsibility. What did he mean I hadn't contacted him? He was insulted that I hadn't told him about my wedding. 3 years after, he paid an agreed-on lump sum to cover the rest of my college education and then made me sign a document that I had no right to expect anything more from him. After not reaching out to ask how I was after the hospitalizations, to find out if I was even alive, and he was insulted not to be invited to my wedding, my heart was pounding so strongly, it felt like a huge mallet striking a heavy gong in my chest. I was suffocating and choking. What was he talking about? I asked my empty office. He claimed he had tried to contact me during those 10 years between the age of 8 and 18, but that my mother had intercepted the mail. In those years, my mother had worked full-time. I had brought in the mail every day, and my mother's not a liar. I was certain of that. There was no way she would have watched me sob and pine for my father while withholding his letters or efforts at communication. I know her too deeply to believe that. Also, Manny had told me numerous times that he'd been, quote, unable to reach out to me, unquote, during those years of my childhood, and now suddenly he's claiming that he had reached out. How dare he rewrite history, especially after he was dead. He also shared how he'd been abused by his own father and how painful that had been for him. He did not acknowledge that he carried that imprint into his own fathering, how the cycle of abuse continued from him to me. Also, this letter was dated 2010. I'd seen him at least twice since then, and both times he had gone out of his way to see me, once in Los Angeles, once in Boulder, and both times the meetings had been sweet, never very deep, as per his explicit and implicit instructions, but sweet, soft, and what felt to me complete. He had been sorry. I could feel it even if he wouldn't say it. I had forgiven him. I had told him that explicitly, as gently and lovingly as I could, and I had hoped my actions and my nonverbal energetic communication had showed him that. No. We were not going to rewind history and start over now that I was in my 40s. I have a dad, Frank. from whom love comes unencumbered by fear, anger, or hate. A dad I know will always, in any and every way, be there for me and with me, not dependent on my sending the first email. I didn't need another dad in my middle age, but it had seemed to me that Manny and I were both at peace with what our relationship had come to include: connection, understanding, forgiveness, and even love. If he was that hurt, angry, and insulted, why hadn't he told me during the 8 years between writing that letter and dying? Why had he sat across the table from me for I was adding that number from the last sentence. Why had he sat across the table from me for hours talking about everything except his feelings? And why had he not seemed angry at all, hurt or insulted? He had seemed anxious. He had seemed guilty. He had seemed haunted, restless, and awkward. But he had never at any point seemed angry or hurt. Why had he waited until he was dead to give the letter to me, ensuring that we would never have a conversation to discuss any of this? The letter is your stepmother's way of making sure you don't try to get any money, a close friend told me. It's not even signed, just a computer document that she sent you a month after his death. Oh God, I thought. Did she not realize that I'd signed off all rights at the age of 19, that I'd been legally adopted by Frank and so wasn't even legally Manny's daughter anymore? Did she not realize that there was no way I would ever imagine trying to fight for Manny's money? I'd let go of trying to get anything from him decades ago. I will never know who wrote the letter, when it was written, or any of the other mysteries surrounding it. There are places even Hercule Poirot, which is Hercule Poirot, a French name that I'm sure I'm butchering, and Sherlock Holmes can't go. There are depths in the heart and mind of people that don't follow the laws of nature and can't be figured out. There are jigsaw puzzles that remain unfinished, with pieces missing forever. I could re-enter the world of who did what to whom and when. I could use my intelligence, not the spiritual intelligence discovered in India, but the Stanford-groomed academic intelligence, to scour the pathways of my past to find some of the missing pieces of the jigsaw puzzle. Or I could look at the puzzle with its empty pieces and make room within me for the reality that it's unfinished and always will be. I can open those empty places to the grace of Ganga and let her wash through them and in them, filling them not with answers, facts, or reasons, but with a stillness and a presence of being in which questions don't need answers and mysteries don't need to be solved. A place that just is. The time after I received the letter purportedly from Manny has been a time of sitting with a fullness that includes the holes, a fullness that doesn't require answers. In this fullness, emptiness blossoms. On Ganga Dussehra, the festival celebrating the day that Mother Goddess Ganga descended to earth from heaven, on that day, 18 years earlier, I was bathed in my sannyas, renunciation, initiation ceremony, and became Sadhvi Bhagavati. On that day, Pujya Swami, Guru Sharananandaji, and Pujya Swamiji's hands channeled light and energy into my brain, into every cell of my body, and into the depths of my non-physical being. And on that day in 2018, I burned Manny's letter in the sacred yajna, sacrificial fire with ghee, clarified butter, and camphor as purification, and with the traditional mix of sesame seeds and rice as offering. The C's represent our ego. O God, take my false ego self, free me from identifying with this story, fill me not with answers, facts, reasons, or details, but with the fullness of your grace, and bring Mani peace wherever he is. He has suffered enough. Mother Goddess, as you have washed over me, wash over him wherever he is and in whatever form he may now be. Bathe him with your healing grace. Free him from the cycle of suffering. O God, help me continue to grow and expand into these empty spaces. Help the love in my heart flow through the parts of my life that are interwoven with his. Help me feel how okay it all is. I may not be ready to see the absolute perfection in it, but for now, help me see the fullness and okayness. After the yajna, the sacrifice, I bathed in Ganga. O Mother Goddess, purify these karmic bonds, the chains that hold us each together, the chains that hold us to our identification and this relationship. O Mother Goddess Ganga, liberate me and bring me ultimate peace. We're almost on the chapter. And hello to everyone who has joined while we've been reading live. From the moment Pujya Swamiji told me all he wanted from me was to get closer to God, serve humanity, and be happy, I have found they are not three things, but one. It is through service I feel closest to God, and through being closest to God that I am happiest. Hanuman, the monkey god revered for his bhakti, loving devotion, is what we call in India my Ishta Devata, my personal deity, the form of the divine closest to my heart. Hanuman embodies the miracle of love. He embodies miraculous power and strength, the ability to accomplish the impossible, the essence of surrender to the word and the will of his beloved Lord Rama, another form of the divine. And at the core of it all is his love for Rama. Love, I have found, is that divine power at the core of all possibility. It's what compels me to serve, and it's the fruit of service. On days I feel frustrated or overburdened by work, I turn inward and ask, where's the love? What has made it dry up? What distraction or inner pattern has pulled me out of love and made service feel like a burden? Pujya Swamiji, my Guru's pronouncement that I would touch many has turned out to be true. It seems he knew, as he beheld the lump of clay of the 25-year-old me, what he would shape the clay into. Or perhaps, like a meteorologist, he was able to forecast the weather and direction of my life force going forward. However he knew, I've had the opportunity to be of service to many. The Seva has expanded as he also anticipated, branching into creation of the Divine Shakti Foundation, which provides education, vocational skill training, and empowerment for women, girls, and school children, and our global interfaith WASH Alliance, the world's first major association of interfaith religious leaders for water, sanitation, and hygiene. The Seva, selfless service, has expanded into many other significant programs at Paramarth Niketan as well, including our International Yoga Festival, which has begun uniting people from all across the globe for more than 20 years. Through no merit of my own, my cup runneth over with love and an eagerness to share, and I've served as President, Secretary General, and other positions of authority for all these organizations and programs. 25 years later, I have not been dulled in astonishment with which I behold each day, when I find myself walking into the United Nations and speaking to or with world leaders about women's empowerment, gender equality, and the human right to water, sanitation, and hygiene. I chuckle a bit inside and whisper to God, "So funny you are. Me? Really? Here?" It's at moments like these that I return to Hanuman and remember, it's not about me. It's not about this event, function, project, or partnership. It's about you. These are all ways for you to flow into and through me, allowing me to express my love for you. My favorite is satsang, the spiritual lectures, both with and without questions and answers. When I close my eyes, whether there are 10 or 10,000 people in the room, and simply get out of the way, remembering that it's not me, it happens. I rest in the awareness that I don't have the wisdom or know the answer, and if I can just get out of the way and create internal space, free from any sense of strengths or shortcomings, grace flows as wisdom, as truth, and as offerings of service to those in need. Through the many aspects of service, I've been blessed to experience myself in others, in those sitting before me in satsang, in the children, the girls, and the women in our free schools and training centers, in the supervisors. Well, I'm sure that's true, but actually she had written, in the survivors of natural disasters we've been blessed to provide with, new home, schools, and more. Recommitting myself each day to the promises I made to Pujya Swamiji, I find both God and my own self in the eyes of those we serve. Thank you for listening. That is the end of the 46th chapter, which has touched on many things, from forgiving someone whom never apologized, to missing pieces of the puzzle which we might never receive, to finding grace in service. I'm grateful for this reading today. I know it has been a longer one, but a very great start to our Sangha today. Thank you. Now we can transition from our Ashravana to our Nididhyasana, that's at the end. From our Ashravana to our Manana, to our processing of our experience. And I invite questions and answers. Welcome everyone, nice to see you all again. Namaste dear Hari, dear G to infinity. Synchronicities are always abound, dear Sky Guardian, and I'm happy that you noticed them too. Thank you to those who sent a gift while we read. Truly, it's never expected, but allow me to acknowledge what you sent now that I have a moment. There have been many. Dear Hippie Heart, thank you for the heart me that you sent. Radhe Radhe. Dear Starlight Wow, thank you for the flowers you sent. Jaya Sitaram. Dear Shakira, thank you for your heart me too. Om Aim Saraswatyai Namaha. Hello dear angel, Thank you, Angela. Thank you, dear Derek, for finding positivity here. And thank you, dear Doom Knight, as well. Thank you, dear Fiddle Leaf Fig, for the rose you sent. Ram Ram. And dear Anna, thank you for the rose. Namah Shivaya. You have a synchronicity about synchronicity, shares Tati Munika. I love that. I love when the universe is meta like that. Your fiance says hello too, shares Angel. Well, hello, dear Angel's fiance. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Jaya Nisargadatta Maharaj. I appreciate that, dear Angel. Namaste, dear John F. His name is CJ. Thank you. Well, hello, dear CJ. Thanks, dear Ursula, for the heart me and team cheers that you sent too. Om Kring Kalikaye Namaha. And Fiddly Fig, thank you for your ice cream cone, in addition to the other gift you sent. Dear Neon Jello Pack, thank you for your heart me. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hand hearts, if I counted that right. I'll assume you sent one more. 11. Just in case I miscounted. I would hate to acknowledge a lesser amount, so I might as well overshoot, just in case. Here's some hand hearts for you back. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Dear Isabella, thank you for your pair of roses and tiny Yippee! I'm glad my voice is still capable of doing that. And yes, it is one of the gurus of our Sanghi's birthday on the 11th of November, Pujya Swami Taratmanandaji Saraswati, who comes from the same lineage as the author of our book. That is why she bears the same spiritual last name, Saraswati. One of his disciples, Sky Guardian, who is a frequent member of the Sangha, is encouraging people to find him and reach out and send an email for his birthday. Not to contradict dear Sky Guardian's beautiful wish, but I imagine that a guru is probably not so identified with their body's trip around the sun. So to make the email something that I feel like they still identify as, maybe include something that they can help with, that Swamiji can help with a spiritual question. I'm sure as a birthday gift, dear Swamiji would love to hear how they can help, since they are certainly no longer identified with their physical body, especially in the Advaita Vedanta tradition that Swamiji is a part of. Oh, I can feel my lungs crackling. I've got snap, crackle, pop in my lungs. Thank you, dear Giuliano, for the team bracelet you sent too. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you, dear Samrat, for the flowers. Hari Om Tat Sat. Dear John F., thank you for the heart me. Om Karing Kalikaye Namaha. And dear Jason, thank you for the subscription. I hope to be able to serve you in the capacity that I am able to. May our paths cross paths as frequently as they may. And each time that they do, I look forward to learning from you and being able to share any experience that is worthy of your ears. And thank you, dear Rahina, for the heart me that you had sent as well. Ram, Ram. Dear Rahina, you also give the gift of an herbal remedy for lung health: blueberry, honey, and peppermint extract tea. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. Yes. Thank you, dear Angela, for the rose and ice cream cone you sent as well. Om Kamlir Maha Kali Kaye Namaha. And dear Dr. Jenny, thank you for your trio of roses. And tiny, tiny. Yahoo! I have been ill with probably walking pneumonia, which is something going around the province I live in Canada called British Columbia. And walking pneumonia, as it sounds like, is like regular pneumonia, except the virus has grown. Is it a virus or is it a bacteria? I'm not sure. Anyway, the germ has grown legs, and it's now walking down the sidewalk. And so it's walking to the next victim. No, I'm just kidding. Walking pneumonia, I guess it means that it's not as bad as it is regularly. So the people infected with them are up and walking. So I actually don't feel that bad. It's just that I'm symptomatic. I've got a cough and I'm congested. And I think the only part of that really bothers me is for the audio quality on your behalf. I hate to be sounding all nasally and having to clear my throat and cough and having raspy breaths. I feel bad for you. But I appreciate that you all are patient and not minding. Thank you for your follow, dear Christy. I look forward to seeing you again. Dear Julia, you share that you have a huge lung infection and you're scared that you have pneumonia. You were just crying when you came on here. Oh dear, why are you crying? I hope you are able to get treatment. It's if you live in a place that treatment exists, which is in a lot of places, then you don't have to worry. It's a very treatable disease. You live in Ontario, you should very much be okay. Being a fellow Canadian, I once had pneumonia and I refused to go to the hospital until it got too bad. And by the time I arrived, the doctor said, "You have not only a pneumonia, but 2 types of pneumonia, as well as the flu." So no wonder I was feeling absolutely bedridden. And I still remember what it was like. This was New Year's night. I think just before they were counting down for the new year, many years ago, they put the IV in my arm, and as soon as the fluid started flowing, oh my God, I felt like Jesus had entered my body. I forgot what it felt like to be alive. Anyway, I was out of the hospital within a day after that. So if I can get treatment for 2 types of pneumonia simultaneously and a flu and feel better, I am sure that you will be okay. So please don't worry so much. Sicknesses are uncomfortable, but they're a part of life, and they're not truly able to take your ability to be happy away. Sometimes I find sickness to be perhaps the most relieving time of year, because I don't have to attend to other responsibilities. I can just attend to my body, and I love that time. Even if my body doesn't feel so well, I love taking time to care for my body, reconnecting. That's a great opportunity. Dear Christy, you share, when you're sick, you always combine vitamin C and zinc and just take it for a few days. Those are some great vitamins to have. I've been taking those too. Along with D and B12 and some other vitamins, but not for the purpose of helping with my sickness. Did I receive antibiotics? Asked Angela. I didn't. It's not that bad. Fortunately, walking pneumonia is a variant of pneumonia that for most people doesn't need antibiotics. It goes away on its own. But if it ever gets to that point, I will ensure that that this body gets what it needs. But super bugs exist that are resistant to antibiotics, and I can do my part to helping prevent the breeding of super bugs by not taking them unless it's absolutely necessary. But enough about me. I'm very grateful that there is so much care for the sickness in this body. Fortunately, I have a mother who's very much attentive to all of my needs, and that's good. I want to hear from you. I want to know what you're going through and how I can be of help. Truly, it would make me feel happiest to hear what you're going through. Dear Dwayne asks if I'm looking for a boyfriend. I'm not looking for any partner right now, but I hope to give love to everyone that I cross path, platonically, of course. I think that my heart is such that I have love that no person in particular could contain all at once. Sorry. It's not you, it's me. My heart, it needs to love and love and love, and I don't think there's a single person that is capable of receiving all the love that exists in my heart. Therefore, I must give my love to everyone. I hope to marry not anyone in particular, but the divinity that is omnipresent in all people and animals and plants. I'm not a Swami, but the Sanskrit word Swami literally means husband of the divine feminine, and I love that title. If I ever were to be a husband, I think that's the kind I would like to be. And thank you for finding beauty and love within me, Danny. That is something we share. I'm sorry that you encountered something frightening, dear Hexagon. Whenever a fear creeps into your mind after it has occurred, remember where you are right now, and 99 times out of 100, maybe even more than that, you're not in a danger situation, which means you don't need a danger-sensing mind at that moment. Just check any tigers in the bushes, big boulder about to fall in my head. No? Then it must be my mind making something up, something I don't have to attend to at this moment. And thank you for the follow, dear Prudence. 99% of the things we fear don't end up coming true. But if you have anxiety, you hear that sentence, and then your mind says, oh man, that means I really gotta fear whatever that 1% is. But no, even in that 1% that ends up coming true, you never have to fear it before it happens to do something about it when it happens. It's not like being afraid of something beforehand is going to give you an edge. The human mind is an incredible problem solver, and if ever you really needed to act on a fear, trust yourself to be able to do so in that moment. You'll notice it's not actually the mind that makes decisions in such a intense moment. The mind's always yapping about how you need me to make decisions, you need me to always be thinking. And then the moment that you're actually in a fight or flight scenario, where's the mind? The mind leaves the building and you're just left with pure intellect. The mind says you should be afraid of this and that and this. And then if it ever actually comes, the mind goes, you leave it. I'm leaving this to you. You figure it out. This is on your hands. Isn't it so? It's funny. There really is no place for fear, even if it comes true. Why? Because a survival instinct is a part of our animality. But what separates us humans from other animals is that we can transcend that animality. That fear has a purpose if you're living at the level of most animals, which is to ensure survival, ensure you get an appropriate shelter, your basic needs are met, etc. But most people, even though they're living also at that level, don't need that mechanism in order to live a purposeful, a successful life. Goodbye, dear Julia. We have the unique ability as humans to transcend fear. We have the unique ability to act on higher principles because we can understand our higher nature as something which is separate from our body. Animals, pure in different ways, are not at a level of consciousness in which they can distinguish their consciousness from their body, and so they're still seeking to preserve their body. But so much of body preservation in humans is unnecessary because we're not living in the wilderness anymore. But yet we've projected the same fear mechanisms onto how people think about us, onto whether our bills are going to be paid, onto whether they reject us or accept us, onto whether a certain system of government is going to represent us or not. But at some point, things that are out of our experience, we have to accept as something that cannot dictate our happiness, our tranquility, and the sanctuary that we are as transcendental from the body. But that requires a lot of work and a long time. And thank you, dear Marie, for your flower. Your follow, but you are a flower because you blossom. Thank you, Reese, for one too. And dear ZDZ, or ZDS. And thank you, dear Usha. Usha, bye. for your heart meet. Hand hearts and 10 roses. Radhe, Radhe. Dear Babel Fishy, thank you for your tiny, oh my goodness, my voice. Tiny. Yippee. Thank you. Dear Sky Guardian, you still feel depressed about today's reading? I'm sorry that the reading depressed you. I hope that that you know that that our dear author Sadhviji shares the stories of her life, even though they may be dark at times, not for you to feel like you have to carry that weight, because she's already at a place where she's freed herself from that, but so that you may relate in any way and be affirmed that it's okay. Whenever we hear news of something bad happening to someone else, remember that the only weight we have to carry is our own expectations for things to be a different way. Now, negative events can inspire change, but that doesn't mean we have to be attached to what could have been changed when there's still time for that left to come to fruition in other ways. Ultimately, the past teaches us about the way that things can be different, not for us to be attached to how things could have been different, but to give us ideas for the differences that we can make today. For example, if we watch the news and the news tells us the story of, I don't know, someone who lied, and because they lied, something bad ended up happening, well, we can feel depressed listening to that story. Pardon me. Or we can be inspired that clearly there's room for more honesty in this world, and that empowers us to be more honest. You can never have too many reasons to be honest or kind or patient or trusting, etc. And if ever we hear of something happening where the absence of that is there, we hear a story of impatience, unkindness, etc., then that should not take away anything from us, but only add to the inspiration to pursue those things. What's the point of being kind if there isn't room for kindness? All of that room for kindness in the world should be your reason to develop kindness. That should empower you, give you purpose. You should feel good to know that that's something that you can do to make a difference is meaningful. Dear Hexagon, you shared, seems people who lie often can keep it up very long and profit from it in many ways though. And again, is that something that we can change or not? If it's about someone else, if they're not our dependent, then we are not responsible for their inability to be honest or kind or etc. And so, it's only up to us to make sure that we are being honest and kind, etc. And we don't have to bear the weight of all those around us that are not doing so. We be a role model to make ourselves happy. It's not that we're being kind or honest or patient to pick up where others leave off, but because it brings value to our own life. And I encourage you to do that without looking at the faults of others. That will only make you more unhappy. Pardon me. You know, it doesn't do us any good to look at what other people are doing wrong. Well, let me rephrase that. We can acknowledge the faults of others, but let's rephrase that in terms of something to ruminate on, you know, something that we think about and we go, to a possibility that they reflect in ourselves. Oh, someone in our life or in the world is being unkind or dishonest. That reminds me, I could be more kind or more honest too, or there's more value in my own kindness and honesty. Otherwise, we think about something that is out of our control, and we are the ones that end up suffering because of that. Thank you, dear JJJ, for your follow. Your name in Sanskrit means victory, so I say JJ, which means victory to you. Good evening, dear Laurie. Hello, dear Kristen. I am doing well. I'm happy to hear that you're still getting treatment. Thank you for saying hi. And you are having a good day today. I'm happy to hear that. Dear Tattvamasi, you ask, what are thoughts versus memories? You share that you see thought as separate from yourself, but memory as being a part of you. But is it a part of the physical you? These are great questions. Certainly there is a relationship between thought and memory. I would say that it's a similar relationship to squares and rectangles, that squares are a type of rectangle. Rectangle is just the more general case, the superset, and squares are the subset. Memories are a subset of thoughts. If you're ever having a memory, it is a kind of thought, but not all thoughts necessarily are memories. You could be thinking about the future, and there's no way you're having a memory about that unless you're a time traveler. Memories are the thoughts of the past, and imaginations are the thoughts of the future. So I hope that distinguishes the relationship between thoughts and memories. And you share that you identify with memories, but not necessarily with thoughts. I think intellectually it's easy through our spiritual studies to recognize that we are not our thoughts. But the memories are more tricky, because we do associate the things that we've gone through in the past with ourself. The trick is to understand what exactly is you in the memory. You are the one who witnessed the memory, but you are not the memory itself. Simply put, that the memory is not you. You are the experiencer of the memory. In the same way that you are not the thought, but you are the witness of the thought. The same applies to memories, doesn't it? But our memories we often refer back to in thought to identify, to change the way we identify, because we take so much value from our memories and we use that value to change our actions in the present. And that's real. That's definitely something that you're doing or directing. You are allowed to identify. That is something I should clarify. On the spiritual path, you're allowed to have an identity. There is the idea that no identity in particular constitutes your higher self, and that's a spiritual truth. But that doesn't mean you don't have an identity. In this moment, if you identify with something in the past that's still ongoing, or the way in which that past has shaped your present, that's entirely valid, as long as you understand that you are not limited to that. This is where the knowledge comes in, that you are not your thoughts, your memories. And your last question, is it a part of your physical body? Certainly thoughts are a part of the material reality. All things that occurred to you are a part of the material existence. But there are different levels of the material. There's the physical, the subtle, and the causal. I would say that thoughts are part of the subtle, which means that they're not directly coded for in terms of anything physical, in the sense that there's nothing physical you could open up inside your body and say, this is a thought, but rather a pattern of energy which your physical body uses to give rise to a certain feeling or inspire a certain action. In the same way, there might be a difference between the hardware of a computer and the software of a computer. That if you pull apart a computer itself, you're not actually going to find anything called Windows or Linux or Mac OS. The operating system is generally not inferable by the hardware. But yet, the hardware definitely has a relationship to the software, because the software uses the hardware to create an effect. In the same way, thoughts are part of the software, not generally inferable by the hardware, by the body. So they're still part of the material existence, part of the Maya, but not a part of the physical body, but the subtle body, the Sukshma body. Hello, dear Chloe. Gate, gate, bharagate, parasangate, bodhi, swaha. Beautiful mantra. Dear Hexakin, you ask, is this what I explain leaning onto the law of attraction? I'm not sure. No, I didn't have the law of attraction in mind. I'm sure that we could make a relationship, as that is something that us humans are really good at, finding connections between things. However, if we were to bring the law of attraction into this context, I think the connection would be in the difference between the causal, the subtle, and the physical level of reality. That first there is a cause, then there is a subtle action, and then that brings about a physical manifestation. There's an intention, there's a thought, and then there is an experience of the senses. So, we can bring in the three-body doctrine. Thank you, dear Anna, for your heart meet. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, dear Nikki, for the follow you sent. dear Julia, you had asked what my thoughts are on astral projection. And thank you, Moon, for the follow a few minutes ago. Astral projection, the way I understand it, astral projection is a synonym for subtle projection or dream projection, because it's the translation. This is actually very related to the three-body doctrine. It is said there are three bodies: the physical, the subtle, and the causal. The subtle is a translation of sukshma, but it has also been translated to astral or dream. Personally, I find those translations a little too mystical, as it might bring us away from the practicality of what it truly means. Sato literally refers to the mind. Sukshma refers to our mind. Actually, it refers to four inner faculties: the mind, the intelligence, the ego, and the inner light. That's in Sanskrit the manas, the buddhi, the ahankara, and the chitta. All of that constitutes the subtle. Also included in the subtle body are your five senses. The five senses of perception, called the jnanendriyas. The five jnanendriyas and the four antahkaranas make up the subtle body. So, astral or subtle or dream projection just means that you're living only at that level, and so you've dissociated from the physical body. Many people have room to understand that you're not leaving the body in a literal sense in astral projection. You don't go anywhere physically. Actually, you go inward. And I think the reason people associate it with going outward is because the word astral sounds a lot like astro in terms of the cosmos, in terms of astrology and astronomy and astrophysics, etc. But this term astral actually refers to going inward. So we're not going anywhere different. We're going into our dream realm. We're going into the fabric of our mind, of our senses, of our intelligence, of our sense of self. And there's a whole world to discover in there. That's why we naturally astral project or dream project when we're dreaming. That's why we call it dreaming. You can also do so consciously, and at that point it's called a meditation. And it doesn't have to be anything magical. It can be shadow work. You could go deep into your past and experience a traumatic memory and work with that, process the feelings and kind of detangle some of the things that have gotten tangled up. That's an example of astral projection. If you're trying to use astral projection as a means of escaping your current reality, then that's a big no-no on the spiritual path, because what about acceptance of the present moment? That's a high truth. Is the need to astral project higher than acceptance of the present moment? It shouldn't be. So for most people, I would recommend discovering the joy that truly exists here and now without needing to go to some other dimension. Truly, you'll be much better. You'll reach much higher levels of consciousness in your ability to stay present with whatever happens instead of needing to go somewhere else, you know? So this is my prayer and my wish that as many great spiritual teachers above me have said, the attainment of siddhis, spiritual powers, can be a bit of a distraction on the spiritual path, unless we're using them only for the service of others. And that's really the only exception. Hope that makes sense. Thank you for your question, dear Julia. And thank you, dear Renvox, for the tiny that you sent. Yippee! Tadimuniaka, you are curious on how you could use it for healing trauma, as you'd save so much time. Well, you already do. It's not a technique that's necessarily separate from the ones you're already doing. It's just that you might not recognize that that is a form of going into the astral level, the subtle plane. A therapy is a form of astral projection. When you allow yourself to follow the directions of your therapist and go within as you explore your past and deeply inquire, you are genuinely traveling astrally. Again, you're not traveling physically. You haven't left the therapist's office, but you are going into different levels of your consciousness, and this is what is meant by astral projection. It's just that you can take that further too, and you can really use visualization and spiritualize it to feeling like you are going on an adventure, rather than feeling like you're just doing an errand, a chore, because I guess the mental health has to be taken care of. No, it's a very spiritual thing to do to get therapy. That is why so many psychologists are spiritual themselves, especially psychoanalysts. Hello, dear. The Ashen Chevalier. You ask why blue today? Well, if you're asking about the color of my shirt, I must be honest with you. I'm a comfort over color kind of guy. I choose my clothing first based on if I'll feel comfortable in it. Namely, the texture and how it fits me. So many people ask me, like, what? Okay, no, that's a lie. Not many people ask me this. But rarely someone will ask me if I get lucky and I put on a nice color combination or a nice combination of clothing. They ask, like, where do you get your wardrobe from? Where do you get your sense of style from? And I find that to be a funny question because I don't have one. I'm that flavor of neurodivergent that just likes comfy clothes. And if it so happens that my comfy clothes matches, that's on the universe, not on me. Much love, dear Henrique. Oh, thank you, the Ashen Chevalier. I appreciate it nonetheless. But yeah, I can't take credit for something I didn't do. Right? It is a flavor of neurodivergent. I think it is not an uncommon one. We're a very feeling-based type of person, where it's not about what looks good, it's about what feels good. I'm a big supporter of that. Thank you, dear Uncle Tony, for the rose that you had sent. Om Kring Kali Kaye Namaha. And dear Gemma Gemma Gemma, thank you for your ice cream cone. Radhe Radhe. 1 second, I have to blow my nose. Dear Tattvamasi, you ask, what do I think? Not to downplay karma, but at its core, isn't it memories? Physical, mental, and so on. Absolutely. Yes. In fact, some people translate karma in a more esoteric context to be memory. Literally, it means action. But it's often used in a context that is entirely synonymous with memory at a metaphysical level, I should say. Metaphysically, everything is karma. At the same time, everything is a kind of memory. That the physical nature of anything is the sum total of the past. Is it not so? The only reason we have the ability to study the past is through the present. And through the present, what we are just identifying is the patterns of what form things to be as they are now. So we're extrapolating the nature of the present existence into the past. That means that all the present really is the accumulation of memory. If memory is just the information of the past, that's all the present moment is made up of. At least the material substrate is. There's something beyond that which you are. That's the consciousness. And that's beyond memory, beyond material nature, beyond karma. But yeah, at the same time that all of this is memory, all of this is karma, because karma being the action which creates change in the most general sense, all of this could only be as it is now through actions. The state of anything presently is the sum total of all past karmas, actions. Yeah, that's a great connection, dear Tattvamasi. And thank you, Sevi Kitty, for your sharing of the live. May you have a great skate, dear Sovereign Psychophant. Thank you, dear Anazek, for the heart me that you sent too. Rama Rama. Dear Isabella, thank you for your finger heart. Hare Krishna. And the Ashen Chevalier, thank you for your rose. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. You share that, you've always wanted to gift something to me, so here I am, friend. Keep spreading my love. Thank you. Never expected. Just you. Your presence is a gift. You are a gift. And dear Hexakin, you share. Many think karma is some sort of punisher. Indeed. But again, what others think is largely out of our control. As long as we have an understanding of something, then that is our goal, to increase our own understanding. And naturally we increase the understanding of others just by being in their presence. But you're right, there is a room for dissociating the concept of karma from punishment, which it does not mean. Nor does karma mean luck or reward. Nor does it mean any kind of effect of the action. It's actually kind of funny. What is the law of karma, as most people know it? Tell me. Anyone can answer me. Thank you, dear John Simon Ritchie, for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. Yeah, Tattvamasi says, what goes around comes around. Billy says, what you put out comes back to you. Rahina says, law of attraction. Doomnight shares a balancing. Angela shares cause and effect. This is the colloquial understanding of karma. Angel says energetic repercussions. And that's not the law of karma. And please forgive me for saying otherwise. But yeah, when we open up the original texts for karma, such as in the Bhagavad Gita, which is one of the primary texts on the nature of karma from thousands of years ago, the third chapter of which is entirely dedicated to the nature of karma, we find that the law of karma is almost the opposite. The law of karma states that our actions sometimes have unintentional consequences. It's not that our actions have consequences that could be inferred. It's that sometimes our actions have unintentional consequences that we cannot infer. And so the secret to living free from karmic bondage, being free from the action, is to make peace with whatever outcome. Because sometimes our actions have the opposite effect of what we intend, and that's out of our control. And this is something that many of us have room for improving in our understanding. As we understand colloquially the law of karma to mean that our actions have consequences, and therefore we should be aware of what consequences come from each action and keep track of each cause and effect. But the original law of karma is that we can't do that. The law of karma is telling us thousands of years ago that if we try to live like that, then we'll naturally suffer, because there will be times when the consequences are out of our control, where there's no way to have done things any differently, but still we reach an unfavorable outcome. And that is the law of karma, that you may try your best, and even if you don't succeed, that's okay, because there are factors out of your control besides your action. There will be consequences that we don't intend. As long as we make peace with that, then that's the real secret to being free from karma. As Krishna says thousands of years ago in the Bhagavad Gita, "O Arjuna, to be free from karma, all you have to do is renounce the outcomes and simply live through the action itself as a gift. May the gift of life not be found in what you receive by what you give, and give freely. Don't worry about what comes from your actions. That may have good effects, bad effects, you just never truly know. Simply serve others and leave the rest to the divine." Is that the key to infinite creation, Saraswati Monika? Infinite creation means that there's an infinite source, which means that there are an infinite amount of actions that you could do, and that you could never run out, and that everything that you do is an expression of that source. And that includes all of the learning we do from our actions also. Dear Anazek, you share you have already asked me 3 times if I am better in terms of health. I am. Thank you for your patience. Sorry if I didn't see it. My attention is on the wellness, the well-being of all of you, but I appreciate your care and consideration. Dear Hexagon, you share the sad consequence of this is that bad people don't always get punished. I am very grateful that Hexagon, you are providing me many opportunities to reframe something into a positive version. There are no sad consequences of any spiritual truths. If upon hearing a spiritual truth and then somehow we feel sad, it means that we have more room to understand it, because the truth shall set you free. No. The conclusion of this is not that bad people don't get punished, nor is it that good people don't get rewarded. It's that the suffering comes from our intention itself. That if we intend to do a certain thing and we don't get that outcome, then we suffer. If we intend to do something and then we suffer, that tells us that our intention was not aligned with the outcome. And according to the law of karma, since our actions can have unintended consequences, then the solution means that our intentions can't be based off of our outcomes. That we have to find a reason for doing something in the action itself. That means we have to find a reason to love itself. We find a reason to fight for the purpose of fighting, to read for the purpose of reading, helping for the purpose of helping. If our intention is somehow attached to the outcome, then we suffer. Apologies, I should have muted my microphone as I coughed. And no, the solution is not to acknowledge that you are negative, because then you identify with that. If you say I'm a negative person, then you've identified with the limitation. Don't do that either. Acknowledge the room for more positivity. Identify with that. Instead of saying I'm a negative person, you can say I have room to be a more positive person. But yes, the actions of anyone, if they are intending to serve only themselves, there still is a natural mechanism for consequences. And that doesn't come from some karmic rule book of you get this outcome if you do this or not that. It comes from the fact that ultimately we all have good intentions, and that's the beauty of it. Because we all have good intentions in our core, even if those good intentions get distorted and we end up causing harm, eventually a recognition will happen that we have caused something that we didn't intend, even if it takes lifetimes for some people. That at some point it'll click. This whole time I just wanted a world with more people to be happy, but I was trying to force people into a version of happiness that I thought worked, but actually that was causing unhappiness. And then the consequences delivered, because the intention in all our hearts is good. And if that does not bring goodness, then eventually we will have to face the reality that our intention and the consequences of our actions do not align. And in this way, there's a natural mechanism for people who cause harm to reconsider their actions. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for the rose that you sent as well. Om Shri Mahalakshmi Namaha. And thank you, Marlene, for the follow too. Dear Pink Ladder Lady, you share that accepting uncertainty allows us to release negative and constrictive thinking. I like that. Yeah, there is no method of understanding this world which will leave you for certain about anything. So if our goal is to find a worldview of certainty, well, you'll be searching for that for a long time. Fortunately, certainty is not necessary for happiness. Case in point, there are many happy children who are certain about absolutely nothing. They're not even certain if they'll be able to go to the bathroom in time before the body relieves itself. You know, it's a big fear that children have. I can tell my body needs to go to the bathroom. Will I make it? That certainty doesn't come until later in life. But that doesn't stop them from being happy. What stops anyone from being happy is a judgment that they put on themselves for not being a certain way, or for being a certain way that they shouldn't be. And ideally, those happy children are examples of what it's like to live without judgment. And we can learn from them too. Thank you, Anazek, for the friendship necklace that you shared as well. Om Kringalikaye Namaha. And dear Angela, thank you for your finger heart. Rama Rama. And night night, dear Renvox. Dear Pink Ladder Lady, you ask, where does the ego of the Sangha or sage sit when they are not guiding others? In the person in front of them. What an ego is it's like a little pin. And wherever you put that pin, emanates the sound, serve me, serve me. That's what the ego is always saying, serve me. If the ego is placed in the body, then you'll serve the body. You want the body to feel good. If the ego is placed in the senses, then you'll serve the senses. You'll want to see and taste and touch and hear and smell good things. If the ego is placed in the intelligence, then you'll serve your intelligence. You'll accumulate knowledge. If your ego is placed in your personality, then you'll serve your personality. It's not about having no ego. It's about placing that pin in such a place, such that when it says, serve me, there are no limitations. The only problem with having an ego in the body, or in our personality, or in our intelligence, or in our senses, is that our service is limited. The kind of service that we can render is only so much, and yet we remain unfulfilled. The goal is to place that pin in such a place where you could never run out of service, and there are no limitations in terms of what you can give. And so ideally, the Sanghi, the participant of a Sangha, or a sage, a spiritual seeker, they place that pin in those that are before them, and so they feel within the person in front of them a calling, serve me. We identify with that, and we render service thus. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! And Jim Magnola, thank you for your heart me. Ram Ram. But incidentally, I didn't actually answer Pink Ladder Lady's question, because the question was, where does the ego go when you're not serving others? Well, the simple answer is, this body, this mind. It's good to take care of this body and this mind, and especially for the purpose of using it for even more service in the future. If we don't take care of our body and our mind, there's no chance of taking care of other people's bodies or minds. And thank you, Kezia, for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. Hello, the only yes. Yes, this body is feeling much better. Dear, was it Tatvamasi? You asked, why does enlightenment take time? Why does it take time for quote-unquote enlightenment? Well, according to the most strict definition of enlightenment, there is no time for enlightenment to take place. That would imply that it's a moment in time, but enlightenment is the natural state of the Atma by definition, which means that it's always like that. This is equivalent to understanding that there may be things that you can change about your body for the better. There may be things that you can change about your mind for the better, but there's nothing that you can change about your soul for the better because it has no imperfections. The mind and body, they're full of places to improve, but the soul, the consciousness, the awareness, the Atma, there's nothing about it to enlighten. It is the one that enlightens. But it takes time to come to the realization that that's its nature. That realization doesn't change its nature. What changes is our actions. The only thing that changes about us is how we live in the world, not our life, not the essence of life that we truly are. That never changes. Simply, we come to a realization of our true nature, and then we act based on that, and acting based on that principle leads to a peaceful life. It is an expression of a peaceful life. It takes time because that's part of the process. Part of the service that you give others is to show them that life is a learning journey. That we're not born understanding everything, and that's okay. And so we go through life gaining in our understanding as part of our service, so that we continue to increase in our ability to be humble. Doesn't humility mean that we have something more to understand? So if an enlightened being is an embodiment of humility, then in their humility there should always be more enlightenment. And that's just another expression of their enlightenment. And how ironic is that? That there being room for more understanding is an expression of the highest understanding. What a beautiful paradox. I think that is. Maybe you agree. Maybe you disagree. Thank you, Kezia, for the heart me and quartet of roses and a finger heart. Om Kali Maha Kali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kari Devi Narayani Namostute. I like the way you put that, dear Rahina, in 1 second. The enlightened are perpetual students, whereas the students are the ones who are, well, let me rephrase this. The ones who cannot be considered in recognition of their enlightenment are the ones that perpetually believe that there's nothing more to understand. Or at the very least, that there is some limit to understanding, and that there's nothing higher than that limit. But life is something you can't put a limit on. That is the nature of life. If you look around you in any expression of life, from the way that people are creative, to the way that a flower blossoms, to the way that an animal returns to its natural habitat after deforestation, whatever it is, the trademark, the hallmark of life is to transcend limitations. So we can't put a limit on our own life by feeling like we've hit some max, or that we can't go any higher. No infinity can contain it. I like that, dear Tattvamasi. Dear Q, you had asked what I think about the Western magical tradition. It's a tradition that I could increase in my understanding of. I'm much more familiar with Eastern mysticism. Western mysticism, not so, but I'm sure that the universal truths that are there, regardless of the hemisphere in which they find expression, is something that we can relate in mutually. Hello, dear Chaos Cipher. Oh, that is neat. There is a nice star just over my crown. If I slouch down a little bit, it's said that there exists a secret chakra, 12 inches. No, not 12 inches. 12 fingers, 12 finger lengths above the crown of the head, and that's called the Surya chakra, I believe, the chakra of the sun. I may be mistaken on the name, it could be another thing, but I know that Surya Kriya often invokes that chakra. Thank you for your little crown, dear Hybrid Jen. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. That, I'll give you an example of where the chakra that's above the crown comes in Eastern mysticism. In the Hamsa breathing, one is supposed to imagine the life force, prana, descending from that through our crown, down past our bindu, third eye, throat, and into our heart. And then that's done all on the inhale. So, and on the exhale, you bring it all the way back up, and you exhale, hum. So hum. And that's a very powerful breathing technique. I believe it's one of the 112 pathways to liberation in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, a tantric text on certain tantric practices, yogic practices between Shiva, as a discourse between Shiva and his consort Parvati. It's said that Soham is the mantra of the breath, that if you just listen to your breath on your exhale, it naturally kind of sounds like so. And on the inhale, it naturally sounds like hum. And in Sanskrit, that mystical ancient language, that means I am that I am. And that's what the breath is always saying. Yeah, for that meditation, dear Shay, the energy is not taken to the root, but just the heart. Dear Moments with Faith, you ask, what lineage of Buddhism do I study? I don't study any lineage of Buddhism in particular, but I'm very attracted to Mahayana. And it seems like our background music has transitioned to the Buddha on my screen, the sound of inner peace. But I wanted to go back to our brain tingle background music. If this question arises because you're under the understanding that this Sangha is based in Buddhism, I would like to make the clarification that this is a non-denominational space, and I hope to draw inspiration from many lineages, including various Buddhist teachings, as well as Hindu teachings, Taoist, Jain, Abrahamic, indigenous. And so may we find universal truth in all the various expressions of spirituality. Thank you for sharing the live, dear Hybrid Jen. No, I have not heard that story, dear Rahina. But if you can tell me, if you can fit it within a TikTok comment or a few, I'd love to listen. It's on YouTube. Good to know. And thank you, dear Anazek, for your 15 roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. Dear Cody Jane, you ask if I'm familiar with the gateway process. That was, I think, just as dear Pink Ladder Lady shares through the Monroe Center. I think it was published by some Central Intelligence Agency. I know it has fascinated many people who are coming into spirituality and are curious to explore various aspects of meditation and seeking experiences beyond the ordinary. And I would love to direct you to sources that are traditional, ancient. If there's going to be a great breakthrough in spiritual understanding, it's probably not going to come from a paper published by the CIA. You know, it's not exactly in their forte. It's not in their specialty. When it comes to new cryptographic techniques or intelligence protocols, then I would recommend going to the CIA. If you needed health advice, I'd recommend going to a doctor. If you need a great weather report, I would recommend going to a meteorologist, you know. And if you want some good insight on meditation, I'd recommend going to a spiritual source, such as an ancient scripture. I would not recommend the CIA for sources on meditation. Just because it comes from the CIA doesn't mean it's more advanced than anything else. I don't know if you've ever met anyone in government, but they're not exactly more spiritually advanced than people outside. In fact, I think it is often the other way around. Now, that's not to say it doesn't have any value. I'm sure whoever wrote the paper was probably having a spiritual experience of their own and decided to express that through one of the ways that they knew how, which is through academic publication. And given that they have an occupation in a place that publishes things, that they took advantage of that. But yeah, I wouldn't go to a governmental body if you want to know how to reach higher levels of consciousness. if you reach higher levels of consciousness, you won't be in government. You'll wake up to the fact, wow, I'm contributing nothing to the world. And so you go do something that actually makes a difference. And so, I am sorry, I'm being pretty harsh, aren't I? Now, the government does have a purpose. I don't mean to invalidate anyone's experience. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for the 18 roses that you sent. Rama Rama. The reason why I do shy away from that kind of spiritual exploration, which is always a personal choice. I could never say that you should or shouldn't go here or there. That's out of my responsibility. But I do want to amplify one perspective, which is that the spiritual path is best experienced without the intention of trying to gain some spiritual experience. To be fair, a lot of us come into spiritual concepts because we're initially trying to escape something. And if you're going to escape, perform any kind of escapist mentality, it might as well be into something spiritual rather than into a substance which you could be addicted to or some other unhealthy coping mechanism. Spirituality is probably one of the healthiest alternatives to any of those things. But as I'm sure many people discover, myself included, the highest goal is certainly not to try to gain some spiritual experience, not to try to ascend into some other dimension where things are weirder and more fascinating and more interesting, but truly to find a deep kind of acceptance in the present moment. That's the highest spiritual pursuit. Ultimately, we really want to be happy, and beyond that, we want to be blissful. But we cannot get permanent happiness or bliss from anything temporary. And meditation experiences are also still temporary experiences. They're very helpful, that's for sure, but they're not the ultimate goal. So when it comes to trying to experience other dimensions or other planes of existence or going outside of your body, I hope you know these things are meant more metaphorically, that we experience higher dimensions of kindness, of love, of peace within this moment. We experience higher planes of ourself, of not being limited by the material nature, and we go out of our body in the sense of not being identified with it, but find a more inclusive kind of sense of self. All of these things are noble goals, but they can be misinterpreted to mean something more fantastical, something more maybe science fiction or fantasy. When the true out-of-body experience is to just recognize simply and succinctly in this moment that this whole universe is a part of you and you are part of it. and service to that whole is the greatest pursuit. You will find the highest meaning there. Dear Om, you ask, how can you face the fear of going insane? It's a genuine fear. We want to ensure that we have a conscious awareness, which is a redundancy. Consciousness is awareness, awareness is consciousness. We want to maintain a level of alertness that is grounded in a reality that we share with others. I think the simplest way of doing that is to become aware of the fact that we have the ability to do harm or to be kind. And if you ask yourself, in this moment, am I aware of that? Then that's a pretty good sign you don't have to worry about it. Actually, it's a good thing to lose your mind on the spiritual journey, isn't it? It's a good thing to leave that sucker behind. But not with the sacrifice of our kindness to and our ability to understand and connect with another. If you can honestly say that you are dedicated to taking accountability for your actions, being responsible in our society, forgiving others, forgiving ourselves, continuing to practice humility, then you don't have anything to fear. It was something that I was very afraid of for a big part of my spiritual journey too. I thought, maybe I am losing my mind. And then I realized, as long as I am aware of my capacity to be kind and my capacity to be harmful, and as long as I'm making the commitment to choose kindness over harm, then nothing else really matters. Am I able to understand what another person is going through, empathize with their problems, and share some of my own experience without intervening? And if I do intervene, am I able to hear them out and respect any boundaries that might need to be set? And that's okay. Ultimately, the spiritual path should be very affirming and very grounding, where you become more and more situated in an understanding of compassion and your genuine ability to be compassionate and have trust in that. And you become more and more aware of the ways in which you're not there yet, and that's important too. It's an equally compassionate thing to recognize where maybe you haven't been so compassionate, and give yourself some time to acknowledge and process that. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for the paper crane that you sent to. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Dear Billy, you share that you don't think permanent happiness is the ultimate goal either. All emotions are important. I like that. That's very wise. To clarify, when I say the word happiness, I'm referring to something a little different than an emotion. Happiness doesn't have to be there when another emotion isn't. Similarly, happiness doesn't have to not be there when another emotion is. It's that kind of happiness that is the goal. A kind of happiness that pervades even your sadness, even your frustration, even your guilt, even your fear. And you should believe that's possible for you, because it absolutely is. No matter who you are. Even if it takes 90 years to recognize in this life, or many lifetimes, always is there the possibility for happiness along with whatever else we're going through. We can be happy whilst also grieving, because happiness is not an emotion like the rest. Happiness is the acceptance of what you're going through right now, and the commitment to make a difference in all the ways that you can. Happiness is finding meaning. Happiness is expressing one's higher self. And all of those various definitions of happiness I give, you can apply whether you are sad or frustrated or any other kind of emotion. It's that kind of happiness which does exist as a permanent possibility, or a possibility of permanence. Hoping to clarify. Temporary happiness, I might even use a different term like pleasure. Pleasure is not happiness. If it comes and goes, it's not happiness. Happiness is the highest joy of your reality, which is never without you. Sometimes we are just without it. But it's there with us, pervading our moment. We simply do not recognize it all the time. We've limited ourselves to recognizing it only when other feelings have gone, because those are the feelings that we can't accept or that we refuse to recognize. But yes, if we can truly accept and recognize all feelings, that is the goal. And thank you for sharing the life, dear Stephen. And thank you for seeing health and goodness in me, dear little feather. Dear Crown Prince, you still have the mantra from when you were here last in your head. I love that. That is a good earworm. Mm-hmm. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to clarify, dear Billy. I often forget that we often use our words in different ways. It's good to be on the same page with our word choices. Much love, dear Christem. Well, I hope the rest of your shift goes as nicely as you are, dear Crown Prince. And may your calmness enhance your ability to perform work. Dear Tati Munika, you had asked, how do you know if the happiness or joy is authentic? What if you're fooling yourself? That's a great question. Ask yourself if it's circumstantial. Because true happiness is not circumstantial. It doesn't depend on anything going right or things not going right. You can be absolutely blissed out, and at the surface your life appears to be going to hell. Or shit. Or whatever. Excuse my potty mouth. That on the surface your life could appear to be a disaster. And if you're happy even in those moments, that's true happiness. It's difficult to know if it's true happiness when it is circumstantial. You could be happy because someone said something to you, or because you got a promotion, or because your crush asked you out, or because you got a chocolate cake or whatever. But all of those things are circumstantial. If you are not happy before any of those things changed, then this is a happiness that has a beginning. And if it has a beginning, it will also have an end. This is important to acknowledge, because whenever we are noticing that we are riding a high, then we can drop out from that before we experience the crash after. If we feel that we're up here, but actually we're only up here because of some circumstance, then the moment that circumstances change, we have to face that. And this is where the law of karma comes in. That we can't base our happiness on an outcome, because outcomes are, in the most part, out of our control. If we know that our happiness was there before something changed, then it will not go, even if that thing changes again. If you are happy even when you are sick, then your happiness and good health is authentic too. If you are happy even in rejection, then your happiness in acceptance is sincere as well. So, the solution is to ask ourselves, did this happiness come from something changing to us in the world? If so, then it may be circumstantial. It might not be. Maybe we are genuinely happy regardless, and that is the goal. We should be happy if we eat cake. That's okay. Spiritual path does not mean that you suffer when you eat cake. It just means that you don't suffer when you don't eat cake. Or that you're happy to eat something else instead. That's the only difference. That our happiness is not dependent on anything separate from ourselves. Yes. That is much easier said than done, of course. And one of the most meta steps we can take to ensure that is to be happy with the fact that we're not already happy with everything. The goal is to be happy with everything. If you noticed you're not happy with everything, that's okay. Let that be one of the things that you start to be happy with. Allow yourself to be as you are. You ask, so happiness is pure acceptance? Yes. And happiness in the form of acceptance never means non-engagement. I think we might have an unhealthy relationship with the word acceptance in the West, at least, because we might use that word to insinuate that there's nothing to be done, that you can just lay in your bed, you've accepted the world is the way it is. But no, never think like that. Acceptance goes hand in hand with engagement. In fact, we can better engage the more accepting we are. Simply put, acceptance means to accept that the outcomes are out of our control. It doesn't mean to forego the possibility of any outcome. That would still be a kind of fear. And ultimately, what does prevent us from being truly engaged in the world is the fear of some outcome. Maybe the outcome of being a failure, the outcome that we can't actually contribute anything, and so we don't. But no, true acceptance and engagement in the world comes hand in hand. Dear Kevin, you ask, do I get my message out on all platforms at the same time? No, I record the story on my Instagram and my TikTok one after another. So not exactly simultaneously, but within a few minutes. Dear Om, you ask, how important is happiness? Happiness is the most important because without it, we will not be successful in anything else. Happiness is the basis of all success, no matter what that success is. If you are unhappy, you will not succeed. It is the most fundamental truth of life that our actions based in happiness lead to success, and not without room for learning from our mistakes. That doesn't mean a happy person never makes mistakes, but an unhappy person never learns from their mistakes. And how can you be successful if you're not learning all the things that you're doing wrong? So happiness should be there. Happiness makes everything in our life better. It increases in our autoimmune system. It increases in our ability to sleep at appropriate times. I should know. Happiness increases the health of our relationship with others. Happiness betters our circulation. It has profound physiological impact on so many different levels of the body. Happy people tend to earn more money. Most people get that statistic wrong. It's not that people who earn more money are more happy. Actually, some of the most unhappy people in the world are also the richest, because they're trying to accumulate something to fill in a gap that will never be fulfilled by money alone. But it's that happiness inspires people to take greater risks in their career, and happiness allows them to go for that promotion. It's in that way that happiness is the source of so many things that we do in life. Yet, we often get it the other way around. We think that we do all these things to get happiness. But happiness is the place from which we come. Let your life begin in happiness. If you wait for it to end in happiness, it'll end, but not in happiness. Let it begin with each moment in happiness. I like the way you put that, dear Mural. You would rather be rich with love and life than money. Truly, we all would. For those of us that may not consciously verbalize that as our truth, there is a learning journey to be had yet, where we realize that the only reason we wanted money so much is because we felt like that begets love and life. So love and life was the solution of the problem all along. That's something that is free, because true love, true life has no price tag on it. You can find someone in the poorest places in the world, suffering from diseases, but still have a smile on their face. And that is true joy. And thank you, dear Isabella, for your rosa and donut. Om Kringalikaye Namaha. Hello, dear Mirna. I was sick. Well, my body is still sick, but it's good enough to do live streaming again, so here I am. And thank you, Kevin, for the follow a few moments ago. Spookbat, you had asked, when and how did I start to get into spirituality? Well, the funny thing about that question is that it's not something you can get into. Because it's something you've always been in. In the most literal usage of the term spirituality, you have always been spiritual because you've always had a spirit. It's not like one day your spirit came and the day before it wasn't there. The very definition of the spirit is that which has always been. So how can you get into that which has always been? That which you have always been is what you are now, before, and always. But the conscious recognition of that, now that may happen gradually over time. There are many moments I could point to in which there was an expansion of my sense of self into a place that I later knew was spiritual. Even before I identified as spiritual, even when I was identified as an ardent, skeptical atheist, I was having spiritual experiences. I just refused to label them as such because I felt like that would somehow take value or meaning away from the experience, as I thought something spiritual meant subjective, and subjective isn't objective. Objectivity is the goal of the scientist. And since I was objectively minded, I felt like any subjectivity was taking meaning away from the life that I was experiencing, which was objective and had scientific basis for everything. But even that led me to spirituality. It's a warning for all scientists, is you're secretly looking for your own spirit just outside. But once you find it, you realize that you've been looking for the very thing that's been doing the looking. You've been trying to find the meaning of the witness, of the observer, and that the meaning was not found in anything that can be observed. But there's still room for objectivity. Don't get me wrong. Objectivity is required for science to work as healthily as possible. That is for certain. You cannot have anything we call science without objectivity. But objectivity cannot lead you to the truth of your own self because you are not an object. And it's as simple as that. Objectivity can reveal the truth of objects, but not of things that aren't objects. And you are a subject in the most basic understanding of that word. And therefore, you can only be studied by subjective means. Spirituality is the world of subjectivity, because subject is a synonym for spirit. Subjectivity, spirituality. Subjectality, spiritivity. Potato, potato. Thank you for another donut, dear Isabella. Dear Merle, you ask, how do you keep your mind trained on God? Every time you notice that your mind has strayed from the divine, there is room to recognize the divine in something before you now. For example, you're thinking about the divine and how wonderful that divinity is, and then someone comes up and insults you. Oh, you're not thinking about the divine anymore. You're thinking about how not divine this person is. This person is the opposite of the divine, because the divine would never insult you. But that's the problem. We fail to see the divinity even in this negative circumstance, this insulting interaction. What if the divine inspired that interaction for you to be more humble? Because the divine wants you to decrease in your limited sense of self and surrender into the abode of bliss, that the divine had arranged the situation for you to do just that. And if you become reactive to the insult, then you haven't recognized the divinity there. But if you remain humble, then you recognize the divinity as God within their heart, bringing this circumstance to fruition in order to provide you with another dimension for you to surrender into. Even if you don't believe that, you can imagine if you did believe that, you'd never be unhappy. Because no matter what anyone says to you, you feel like it's the divine there before you, giving you an opportunity to be patient or kind, and that's a wonderful thing. Thank you, Psychedelic Karma, for your rose. Om Namah Shivaya. And dear Anazek, thank you for your finger heart. Om Shri Mahalakshmi Namaha. And thank you for sharing the live, dear David's mom and Hari. Dear Psychedelic Karma, you ask, do I think if we could prove synchronicity, that would prove God or higher self without a doubt? No, because there's nothing about God to prove. And this is where we have a lot of room to expand in our understanding. Proofs describe logical phenomena. God is not a conclusion to be reached through logic. It's as simple as that. I agree with atheists who say that there's no scientific basis for God. No logical basis, no rational basis for God. Because God is not rational or logical or scientific. The point is not to be a scientific, rational, or logical explanation for the phenomena of the universe. For that purpose, science suffices. Spirituality is of a totally different domain of discourse. It's of something that is more subtle than logic. And that is because the realm of spirituality is the realm of spiritual meaning. And the spiritual meaning of God, of synchronicity, etc., is not found in coming to a conclusion about anything, but almost the opposite, about inviting in mystery. You could think of the dichotomy like this. Science gives you answers, but spirituality gives you the questions. And the scientific route is to come to conclusions about life, but the spiritual route is to come to mystification of life. To be absolutely mystified, where the meaning is found not in what can be given as an answer, but what can be opened as a mystery. God is a question, not a solution. It's a question of what it means to have come from a unified source. A question of how that information can be used. Because regardless of if you're an atheist or a scientist or anything in between or beyond, we all come from a unified source. We just disagree on whether we call that God or not. A scientist just uses a different term, and they let go of any moral baggage associated with it. But the idea of God is simply to bring meaning into your life with the understanding that we all come from a unified source. Knowing that, how does it change your life from the inside out? What meaning does that give you the ability to create possibilities in? So what about that is something to prove or disprove? There is nothing to prove or disprove about the meaning that can be created from within. It's of a totally different domain. And for all of those who do identify as a believer in God, I would probably make the bet that none of you found that belief through logical analysis. It wasn't finally someone gave you a convincing argument. No. The nature of God is not on the authority of argument. It's on personal decision to be able to find meaning in a unified source. And that happens naturally. We can only live to the fullest extent of that ourselves, and maybe that may inspire something in another, but we can never give them meaning that comes from our experience directly. Thank you, dear Merle, for your paper crane. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. I like the way you put that, dear Billy. Spirituality, God, or whatever you call it, is an inner knowing and feeling. But there is the idea that's difficult to grasp. If there is a unified source that we call God, then why is there so much suffering in the world? And unnecessary suffering too. And that's something that's important to acknowledge. Millions of people die of starvation every year. Just as we've started streaming 2 hours ago, many people have died horrible deaths. how is there room to reconcile an all-knowing, all-benevolent, and all-pervading, no, that's not the third omni, an all-powerful God with the reality of unnecessary suffering, where we know that there could be more happy, more healthy lives, more room for people to live according to their birthright, that is, as best of a life that they can, without injustice, without conflict, without all of these unnecessary things? The answer is very subtle. And if that's a question that has troubled you, I hope to take just a few minutes to deconstruct that. It's very simple. First of all, God is not separate from those people that are suffering. To experience anything means to be a witness. That witnessing can only come from the all-knowing one. If you are having a conscious experience at this moment, that part of you which is conscious, that is aware, is God. Not the body, not the mind, not the personality. No God complex. But the definition of God implies that the witnessing happening through your eyes and ears and nose and tongue and skin is God. So don't think God is a separate being up there, which is just, oh, you guys experience suffering, I'm free up here. No. God is the one suffering in everyone. That's the first point to understand. Second point to understand, all of the things that we're suffering from are solutions that we as humans have the right to solve. All of the problems that face modern life, they can be made better by our effort. Our effort is the only thing that can change things that are made possible through our own limitations. It's not the parent's job to solve the problems, all the problems of their children. They will never grow to be independent beings if that were the case. But thirdly, no suffering ever actually occurs to the consciousness. And that's because of the category that consciousness exists in philosophically. The true nature of a person, no matter how traumatic of the experience around them, is forever untouched by that circumstance. And that's because of the truth that you are not the body and not the mind. Therefore, any grief for a life that could have lived is either unnecessary because their life has not gone, even if their body has. It still has room to be able to grow and find another form to express itself. Or I think, no, that was the main point I was going to make with that. I just bridged 2 points as one. No, actually, no, wait, I lied. There was a second point in addition to that, which was that all of those stories we hear of people suffering around us should not be seen as God not taking responsibility, but us not taking responsibility. And therefore, the suffering around us is to be an inspiration for us to bring more change into this world. Now you could ask the question, what would it mean for God to do it for us? And I think even in that train of thought, you'll find that it will have to be us doing it anyway. Because, as I said before, God is not separate from us. So for God to make a difference, He can only do it through us. This is the problem. We've associated God with something different from us. That's due to a history of religious oppression, of using God as an authority to oppress others, and therein lies the mistake. The concept of God just needs refinement, not to be one that is oppressive to others, but one that is the very light shining out of our eyes, our ears, our heart. The purpose of religion was never to oppress or give people something to run away into, avoiding the suffering of the world. That is an error on the part of us humans, and we have the responsibility to reconcile that by returning to the higher realization that what God simply means is a unified source. God is not one that brings punishment. God is not going to judge you. All of those things are extra layers of idolatry and dogma that have come from religious oppression and the misuse of spiritual truths. The original conception of God is so pure and beautiful that it speaks to everyone's heart and does not invalidate the reality of suffering. And it is a vital principle on which so much love can be made readily available. Remember, if God is the divine source within everyone, then to worship God just means to worship the possibility within everyone. That's all it means. It doesn't mean that we bring our attention from anything separate from the world and all its problems. We unify source and the potential for love and growth and healing within everyone. That is the divine. The divine is the laugh of a child. So to serve the divine means to make a world in which that laughter can be heard. The divine is the unheard voice of the vulnerable. So to serve the divine means to listen to those whose voices are being oppressed. The divine is the potential that exists within everyone. So to serve the divine means to make this world a more unified whole. There is no room for creating differences in the possibilities for how we can live our life on the basis of gender, creed, belief system, orientation, ethnicity, etc. And there is not one way for us to come to that understanding. Just as there are infinitely many ways up a mountain, a whole 360 degrees, and all of the variation, but one top, our destination is the same, regardless of where we are, regardless of who we are, regardless of when we are. There is no difference on the surface of life that should separate us from the shared goal of harmony and happiness. To make that world a reality, we have to forgive. We have to love. We have to recognize that the hands that we were dealt is not due to some cosmic misfortune or the will of any unkind creator, but something that we have to make use of for the betterment of everyone, including ourselves. Dear Tatvamasi, you ask, but isn't suffering a part of the experience, or am I saying it's a byproduct? We use the term suffering in many ways. Let's clarify. There's pain. We can continue to make a world which has less pain in it by investing in relief efforts for those who are going through tragedies, by furthering research in health. But that pain is always going to be there at some level, because a painless reality is impossible. Bodies are naturally going to be in pain sometime. Even if you're an enlightened master, you're going to have a sore neck sometimes, you know. That kind of pain is only ever possibly alleviated in very far future, you know. When technology has a point where the body can no longer feel pain, and yet all of the purpose of the pain signal is being handled in another way. That's a kind of future that we can work towards, but it's not in our immediate reality. What is in our immediate reality is alleviation of mental suffering. That suffering is always possible because it's something that we ultimately create. Through our circumstances, our mind becomes negative. But it's our choice whether we give energy to that negativity. When we choose to give energy to that negativity, then we experience mental suffering. That suffering is unnecessary. But in a much greater sense, all suffering for you, I just mean just you, can be used to gain appreciation for something. It can be used to deepen your understanding or empathy. For ourselves, we can put a purpose to our suffering. So we can give a necessity to our suffering by assigning value or meaning to it. But note that that does not extend to others. That we cannot tell others that they deserve to go through any suffering. The idea of suffering being necessary should only ever be applied to ourselves, not to others. For others, we should seek the alleviation and the elimination of suffering for others. But we can get to a very high point in our spiritual journey where we see our own suffering no longer as a problem and as inspiration to overcome challenges, to become more empathetic, more understanding, etc. That's a goal we have for ourselves, but it would be more compassionate to assume that others are not ready to hear that, and therefore we take their suffering seriously. And that's the duality that we have to reconcile. You thought you understood this, but now you have more questions. Good. As I said, the spiritual path is the one that opens up more and more questions. And thank you, dear Josh, for the follow you shared too. And Billy, you share, to hurt ourselves or others is to hurt God, and to serve others and ourselves is to serve God. Well said. Hello, dear Sean. You share that you feel like you need to play up your suffering so that other people take it seriously. Well, it's very honest of you to share. Thank you for doing so. Your vulnerability is relatable. If you have to play up your suffering so that other people take it seriously, then these are not the people that are going to help you with your suffering anyway. The unfortunate reality of your situation is that if another person is only empathetic when it begins to be a burden on them, then it's best for you to go elsewhere for the help that you need. It's not healthy to play up our suffering. I wouldn't recommend that, because there's a much more healthier alternative, which is to seek assistance from those that you don't need to do that for. And then you'll get real help. And I hope you get that. You certainly deserve that. There shouldn't ever be a necessity to make your suffering appear worse than it is, to get someone to notice it. That is a sign that you can surround yourself with some people that are more sensitive. You know, if let's say I had a microphone, and that microphone was very, 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 very poor at catching my voice. And so I tried to compensate by yelling and getting louder and louder and louder. A silly solution, because I will use out my voice before anyone truly hears me. A much better solution is to arrange for the possibility of a microphone that's more sensitive. Isn't it so? There's no shortage of sensitive microphones in the world. I'm not going to make my voice run hoarse because the microphone can't hear me. I'm going to surround myself with microphones that can hear me. And ideally, a microphone that is so sensitive that I might not even have to raise my voice at all for you to hear me. And in the same way, ideally we may be surrounded by people who are so sensitive to us that we need not amplify any of the pain that we're going through. They just recognize it. And that's true family, true friendship, true love. Thank you for listening, and thank you for asking a question that I know many people can also benefit from. Dear Moonlit Loner, you share that I once mentioned 8 paths to enlightenment. What specific practice was that from? And can I speak a little on that? Now, background music has transitioned again. It's a little spooky. One moment. I'm not entirely sure what you're referring to, because there are certainly more than 8 paths to enlightenment. But perhaps you are thinking of the Eightfold Path, which is a division of the path of Buddhism, which separates it into right view, right thought, right action, right speech, etc. None of those are complete paths to enlightenment, that they all have to be pursued at the same time in order to gain the merit from them. There's also the eightfold system of yoga, Ashtanga yoga, which are another division of a spiritual path, a yogic path, in which you also have to have all 8 functioning simultaneously to gain the merit of 2. It is something that we have conveniently forgotten when yoga infected the world from India, that yoga is a school of philosophy. But the irony is that the philosophy is so profound and so detailed that it includes physical practices, yet you probably only know of the physical component of yoga when you hear the word yoga. For most people, when they think of yoga, they think of stretching your body. But that's only one of the 8 limbs of yoga. And the purpose of that is not actually to be flexible, just for the purpose of being flexible. The purpose is very practical, for philosophical inquiry. True philosophical inquiry, i.e. meditation, involves going deep within yourself, sometimes for long periods of time. That means that you're going to have a pretty healthy body to be still for that long. So the yogis developed a system of ensuring a body that made meditation easier. What we know of as yoga in the West, called asana yoga, the word asana means seat. Originally, there was just a certain number of seats that you could sit in, and those would be your meditation positions. But nowadays we've gone off the rail, and there's all sorts of different asanas which you definitely could not sit in. I don't know if you try meditating while your hand is tied in a knot around your leg and you're upside down and you're twisting 180 degrees. Not technically one of the original yogic asanas, which are seats. And meditation is just another step on the rung of the Ashtanga yogic system. Meditation has a purpose too, to be able to go deep within yourself, to reconcile deeper and deeper truths of your being. And all of that has a deeper purpose, and that goes into higher levels of yoga. But before we get lost in that, even the body yoga has something that we should be doing prior. Before we even get to the yoga of the body, because it's a system in which each rung on the ladder goes higher or more inner towards yourself. That the yoga of the intellect, Buddhi yoga it's called, is exercised after a firm foundation of mental yoga is found. Mental yoga is found after a firm foundation of body yoga. But there's something before body yoga, and that's world yoga. The word yoga, we might not even know, means union. In order to make a unified system of body, we have to first make a unified system of society. Seriously, that's the first yoga. Before you can ever work on your body, you have to ensure your environment around you is healthy. Otherwise, it doesn't matter how flexible you are, there's still going to be tension in yourself, isn't there? Yoga is a permanent solution. If you have to go back every week, then we're missing a step on the rung of yoga. Yoga takes you from the beginning to the end. You shouldn't have to keep doing a certain yogic practice again and again. Otherwise, we're just addressing the symptoms and not the cause. If you keep having to take a pill for the rest of your life, you're not cured. If you have to go to yoga every week for the rest of your life, you're not cured either. So, what's before body yoga is world yoga. The yoga of interpersonal conduct. It's called Yama and Niyama yoga. That is the first and primary yoga. Perhaps the most important yoga, you could say. That's the yoga of how to engage yourself with the world around you. If you can get a good grasp on that, then we move inward to the body. And then the work you do on the body actually has a long effect, a long-standing effect. You don't have to seemingly keep eliminating the stress that returns week after week. Ideally, if you practice Yama and Niyama yoga beforehand, then the stress will be eliminated, and then you don't have to keep removing that negative energy from your body. You just go through the process step by step, and it's a complete process. I hope that makes sense. I agree, dear Mirna. There's a lot of room for health and healing in international relations. That is absolutely our utmost priority. Before we go too advanced in our physical flexibility, how can we expand in our emotional flexibility? How can the world be more flexible, more accommodating? So we work from without to within. All of these paths of yoga have to come together as one. The reason there's so many different kinds of yoga is because yoga is a philosophy that includes all aspects of life. And so there's a yoga that we can implement in everything. As we were talking about, a yoga of interpersonal conduct, a yoga of diet, a yoga of flexibility, a yoga of meditation, a yoga of breath, a yoga of thought, a yoga of intellect, a yoga of breath work, a yoga of discipline, etc. There are so many different kinds of yogas because yoga includes every aspect of our life. And so it's not that there's one path that's different from another, but one path that includes all of these differences, and so we should accommodate them. And thank you, dear Brenda, for your heart me. And dear Gina, thank you for your heart me too. Ram. And dear Dob Darker, thank you for your heart me as well. Jaya Sita Ram. And dear Orla, you share that maybe the practice can just be fun and lead to a natural routine as well. You speak to an important point as well, that the practice doesn't have to be so deadly serious. Though I wish to respect the sanctity of the term yoga and ensure that when we use the word yoga, we don't merely use it in terms of a health and wellness routine, because it's so much more than that. And that yoga literally translates to the scientific union between the self and the universe. And no wonder it's never translated into English, because it translates to a whole paragraph. But truly, the semi-vowel ya in yoga translates to a deep, a broad relationship. The vowel O translates to the balance between the individual self and the unlimited self, and the consonant ga translates to the gentle bringing together. Altogether, yoga literally translates phoneme by phoneme to the relationship between self and universe gently coming together. Yoga. And that actually can be inferred by the phonetics itself. You'll notice that ya, as a phonetic sound that we can make a phoneme, is made by bringing together the broad part of your tongue and your soft palate without actually impacting the other. Just a relationship is formed between them. So that's the meaning of the word ya. Then O is produced at the back of the throat initially in the ah, and then it transitions very quickly to what's made at the lips, oo. O is exactly halfway between them, and so it represents the balance between our deep, expanded identity as well as our limited, constricted identity. And then ga is a deep impact between the base of our tongue and our velar region of our throat. So this is an example of how just by recognizing the metaphor in the relationship of organs of speech, we can infer the meaning of Sanskrit terms. This is the expanded meaning of yoga. Dear Sage and Freya, you ask, do I believe in ascension symptoms? Do I think that's what I've been experiencing? No. I believe that things that we can experience are innately spiritual, but I don't place value in feeling like I feel like this because I'm ascending. Rather, it's by allowing oneself to go through any circumstance do you ascend, not because you're ascending that you experience any suffering. The idea of ascension can itself be limiting because we assume that there's any higher state of being or any lower state of being, but there is no such hierarchy at the level of being. What is being ascended should simply be our kindness. The only thing that can go higher is the method of self-expression at the level of the physical, because the physical is the lowest and the being is the highest. The physical cannot go any lower, and the spiritual cannot go any higher, but it's what's in between them do we find room for improvement. My worry would be that if we associate anything that we're going through with ascension symptoms, then we identify with something that's going higher and higher. Whereas in the path of humility, we are not higher than anyone else. No one is lower than us. It's not that some are ascending or some aren't, but whatever happens to us, we can use that to ascend in our patience, in our compassion, in our kindness, in our humility. I hope that makes sense. And thank you for your care and concern, dear Orla. I took a week off, as I mentioned on my Instagram story, because my body was sick and I wasn't able to speak. Well, at least not well. It'd be difficult to hear my voice, so I returned when my body was able to articulate words in such a way that wouldn't be a burden on my body and you could hear what I'm trying to say. My body is still a little sick, but it has moved out of my throat, and it's in my chest a little bit, and my sinuses. Nonetheless, I am feeling well. I want to be clear about that. My body might not be feeling the greatest, but I am happy. So don't worry about me. And thank you for the follow a minute ago, dear Deej. Something to be wary of on the spiritual path is the idea that you have any state of being that could be higher than this one, the one you're experiencing already. Your beingness is the highest of the high. We might metaphorically talk about states of consciousness, or levels of consciousness, or planes of existence, but none of that affects your true being, which is always as it is, as pure beingness itself. Nothing about that can change higher or lower. What can change is our mind, and our mind is always changing. And there will be times when our mind feels higher, there will be times when our mind feels lower, and that is the nature of the mind, as it is a part of the world of forms. It is always changing, but we can direct that process. When it's feeling higher, it's great. Let's use that energy to bring kindness and love to others. And when it's feeling lower, let's use that to reconnect with ourselves and empathize with those who are also feeling that way, or could in the future. And now that we've been given an opportunity to experience that low before them, then we'll be able to serve them in our experience and how you can get through that moment. Hello, dear Megan. And thank you, Tatmamasi. Or let me scroll up. For your heart me, hand hearts, ice cream cone, TikTok, pair of fires, applause, an ice cream cone and a pumpkin spice latte. Thank you. Om Namah Shivaya. Thank you, dear Sage and Freya, for the hand hearts you sent us to. Ram Ram. And dear Gina, thank you for your pair of roses. Hare Krishna. The percussion is part of the background music, dear Orla. I'm actually playing two tracks simultaneously. There's a track that's just frequencies, and a track that has brain tingling sounds. It's in the track that has brain tingling sounds where you hear the percussion. But I do have Manjira here too. I'm happy to hear that you're feeling relaxed, dear Anazek, and may you have a restful sleep. Much love, dear Mariham. Thank you, Colette. It's impossible to feel good in your body and mind 100% of the time. But the good news is that true freedom lie not in freedom from physical or mental discomfort, but freedom from our resistance to experience anything. Life has highs and has lows, and as long as we chase the highs, we're going to feel the lows just as intensely. The spiritual path isn't becoming higher and higher in the sense that you never feel sad or depressed or anxious or lonely, but that you gain an acceptance of these facts of life and even begin to find meaning in those moments where you felt was the absence of it at all. Tatvamasi, you don't think you understand the subtle body, but shh, you won't bring it up. You can bring it up. I'm laughing because the one that does the thinking is the subtle body. That's all. If you're trying to reconcile it as something physical, well then of course you're not going to understand it. If you try to reconcile a duck as a dog, then you'll never figure out what a duck is. You'll only figure out what it isn't. And a duck is not a dog. If you try to figure out how to paint through singing, now you might metaphorically paint with your voice, but the canvas will remain unpainted. If we try to understand our subtle body as anything grosser than thought, and we won't be able to understand it. Just a matter of definition. Isn't subtle body part of the mind? They can be synonymous. Mind technically refers to a very small part of the subtle body, and the subtle body is what contains the mind, along with the other 3 anthakarans and the 5 jnanendriyas. Which just means all the other inner cognitive functions besides just mental thought, and your ability to perceive sight, sounds, tastes, feelings, smells. All of that's part of the subtle body. So how does it go past death then? Yes, it is said that is what goes from body to body, the subtle body. Well, you've already experienced the way in which it's independent. And it's not more complicated than recognizing that when you're dreaming, you're not dreaming with your physical body. You're dreaming with your subtle body. That is to say, when you're dreaming, you're not moving your body. You're not seeing with your physical eyes, hearing with your physical ears, etc. Yet, an experience of life takes place in dream. And that dream is not dependent on your physical body. You could lose the ability to walk in the physical body, but still walk in your dream. You could be blind in your physical body, but still dream in visions. Whatever affects your physical body does not necessarily affect your dreams. And it's for that reason also that you could be dead in your physical body, but not necessarily dead in your dreams or your subtle body. So that is what transcends death. But yes, even that is something that comes and goes. As, for example, you share, when you're in deep sleep, you don't have any memories. You don't even see the world. And in deep sleep, indeed, there is no subtle body either. There is just the causal body. Just the jiva, the individual soul. But there's nothing to experience because it's experiencing nothing. It sounds funny when you say it like that. It's not that there's an absence of experience in deep sleep. There's an experience of absence. We experience many things. Absence is one of the things that we can experience, and that is the state of deep sleep. And it turns out, in an experience of absence, lots of healing occurs in the level of the body and the mind, and it has rejuvenating properties. There's scientific reasons for that, but the spiritual reason is because you have united with Source, that you are no longer existing as a separate ego. In deep sleep, you are one with Source, and it is in Source that healing happens and rejuvenation. So what then remains to be projected? If in deep sleep there's no body, there's no subtle body, well, it's not a trick answer. It might be a trick question. Nothing. Yeah. That's the very nature of deep sleep, is nothing is being projected onto the canvas of experience. So then you ask, why do you feel like you are a dreamer when you're dreaming in a body while awake? Because that's part of what it means to have a body and be in a dream, is that there is an identification with the body and the dreamer. That identification doesn't simply go away, even with higher understanding. But there is a shift that happens. That your waking identity is not the full reality. Your dream reality is not the full reality. That no level of your experience can encapsulate the whole, because the whole is beyond experience. The whole is that Source, that Satchit Ananda Brahman, and it cannot be experienced because that would turn it into an object when it is a subject. How do you resume then instead of restart? Asks Tattva-Masim. Yes, how can you go from having a body and having a subtle body to not having them in a deep sleep and then having them again? Because the body retracts into the subtle body, and then the subtle body retracts into the causal body. It's not like they're relinquished. It's like a telescope. That inside the Source, you find your causal body. Inside that, you find your subtle body. Inside that, you find your physical body. They're real. It's not a question of waking up to the illusion of not actually having a body or mind. You truly do have a body and mind. That's true whether you're a worldly minded person or a spiritually minded person. You're always going to have those. But whether you see them as all it means to be alive, that is the question. It's a question of what you do, not a question of what you are. Because what you are is the changeless source. You could never change anything about it by definition. The only thing there is to change is on the level of the world. But that change must come not from needing for things to be any different, but because you recognize it as your source's way of expressing itself. Actions are no longer a survival instinct, but a conscious process to begin to paint in the portrait of eternity that you are a conscious participant of. The real Maya was not what's before you. It was merely in identifying only with what's before you. Thank you, dear Anazek, for the half a dozen roses that you sent a few minutes ago. Om Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. You said it very well, Tatvamasi, and that's what I chuckled at for a second. It's bigger than I think. That's kind of it, isn't it? The entirety of it all, in a nutshell, is just that. It's bigger than we think. Dear Can, and I'm just reading this now, you share your ex-boyfriend of 4 years passed away yesterday. You needed to hear this. Thank you for being here too. I imagine that's quite a confluence of different emotions to have someone leave their body behind, one that you had associated with in a variety of ways. First strangers, then friends, then lovers, then back to friends, then arch enemies. Who knows? Maybe not in that exact order. That you've had so many different stories to tell with that person over the course of many years, and now stories taking a very different direction. Now the stories are to be created not from one body to another, but from one soul to another. And may you find ways of connecting with that soul, even without a body, to be able to be a gateway into that soul-to-soul connection. Know that you are completely valid in whatever I imagine you are feeling right now, and valid in anything that I can't imagine too. You don't need me to say it, but anything that I can't understand, you're still valid in. I can understand that, at least. And though our stories may be very different on the surface, I'm sure we've all felt the same feelings, just in different ways, in different times, in different intensities. But it's all the same basic feelings that we all know and love and hate in the human experience, that combine in different ways to produce the story of our lives. I wish you lots of peace during this time of grieving. Big thanks to dear Gaisar Dachak for the heart me earlier. Om Bhur Bhurvaswaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. Hybrid Gen, thank you for the 20 roses too. Om Namah Shivaya. And dear Laura, thank you for the tiny. Yippee! Dear MJ, you had asked, how are nightmares healing? Nightmares are not healing. Deep sleep is healing. If you're having a nightmare, it is not deep sleep. However, it can be healing to use the awareness that comes from that nightmare and put it into something productive. For example, if we are constantly having a nightmare about some fear, then it can be very healing to recognize that and put that recognition into some practices to really deepen a level of peace to a part of our subconscious that is not yet peaceful. Dreams are very beautiful and unique to the individual. The meaning that we get from one dream or a nightmare can very much depend on who is the one experiencing the dream. Ultimately, you know, deep down, what that dream means to you. And if you wake up from a nightmare, you can use that knowledge and direct it to something that needs to be healed. Actually, a nightmare is a sign that there's something that is unhealed in our subconscious. Some trauma that's been repressed. Something deep down there could use a little love. And our dreams, be they positive or negative, can help us understand some of the parts of our mental health that we could get a more healthy relationship with. Yes, Ryan, we read a chapter of Hollywood to the Himalayas earlier, but the readings are always posted to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel. Tattvamasi, you clarify. So even karma is Maya. It's all Maya, but without Maya, then there's nothing we can experience. Yeah. And that was the second part of another comment I'm just seeing. On that level, even karma means nothing, because there's no time, and without time, there's no karma. The idea that there's something illusory about this experience is simply that our experience does not define our whole. That as long as we have the ability to react, and I mean that in a very literary sense of the term react, that we can do something more again. That it's not that we just live one life where all we get is just one action, and that one action determines who we are. We are an infinite assortment of possible actions. If we can understand that, then no action should limit us. Then we understand that we don't have to be living in just this one way. We can explore many forms of expression to continue to express a slice of the infinity of our source. Hello, dear Nate. My goodness. Sounds like we've got to the end of our deep background music. That was really nice. I wanted to go back to listening to that. Hello, dear Nate. Dear Hari, you wonder of the Sanskrit behind me, and can I tell you more about the mystic of it, the mystique? Honestly, I thought it just looked nice. I don't have a grand meaning to unveil, although we can certainly create one. Let's see here. In each flower is the word Radhe. Radhe, of course, is a form of the Divine Mother who is the beloved of Sri Krishna. She represents all things good and beautiful and lovely, and the highest aspect of devotion. And there's some other names for Krishna, I believe. There's Haraye, that's Haraye Namaha, which means salutations to Hara, I believe, one of the forms of Vishnu / Krishna. Hara means the one who has stolen the heart of the Paramahansas, a form of the divine so beautiful that even enlightened beings cannot escape the pull in their hearts to Hara. And then there's Gurave Namaha, which I'm not exactly sure what that means. It might mean salutations to the Guru. If Gurave is the dative form of Guru, I'm not sure. Thank you, dear Gina, for your GG and Rose. Om Namah Shivaya. Dear Hihi, you share that your nightmares say you got trauma with the universe. Nightmares can manifest in many ways, sometimes cosmic, even if they are very cosmic. Sometimes it comes from a very non-cosmic, very human part of our past that has expanded into quite a dramatic unfolding in our subconscious. As is the case with any dream, positive dreams especially included. You know, we can just look up into the sky and wonder, and then we go to bed that night and suddenly we're traveling the cosmos, going past the rings of Saturn, flying past black holes into the void, and my goodness, just that moment we felt mystified by outer space. Our subconscious really took that and ran with it. And you spelt it right, dear Cameron. H-A-R-A, Hara. Dear Red Blue, you ask, do I believe in God? I believe in you. And I know that no matter what we call God is, does that make sense? No matter what we call God, whether we agree on what it means to believe in God or not, I know that the essence of it is something that includes you. A unified source from which we all have come, and therefore belief in that includes my belief in you. So I'll just put it there like that I believe in you, because ultimately what it will mean between you and I what it means for anyone in our life, if we believe in God, is just that. If we believe in a source of love that includes them, I believe in that. I include you in that. And there's no one and nothing that I exclude in that, because then it wouldn't be an infinite source. It would be an almost infinite source, but except Jeffrey. And without Bob, and no Susan. But then where did they come from, if not from the same source? Therefore, if I must believe in a source of all things, I must believe in everything. I must believe in the positive ability for change within anything, and the ability to express higher truth. And thank you, dear Georgia, for the hand hearts that you sent. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. And dear MJ, thank you for the paper crane that you had sent. Hare Krishna. Dear Hybrid Jen, thank you for your quintet of finger hearts. Ram Ram and Hari, thank you for your pair of tiny tinies. Yippee! And your finger heart and Rosa. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Tatvamasi, you ask if we have talked about Vishnu's sleep and his dreams yet. I don't think we have, no. It's a beautiful metaphor of the being which is asleep at the bottom of the ocean. Just as we were talking about the three bodies of physical, subtle, and causal, these also refer to the surface, the shallows, and the deep. The surface, of course, being the body. The shallows, of course, being the mind, the subtle body, and the deep being the causal soul. Who is asleep at the bottom of all that? That we call as Vishnu, or Narayan. The form of Vishnu who is asleep at the bottom of the ocean is known as Narayana. That Narayana is the very witness which has not yet awoken to its identity as the all-pervading one, which is what Vishnu literally means. Comes from a root which means to pervade. Vishnu therefore means the one who pervades. In other words, all. So if Vishnu is asleep at the bottom of the ocean, it means he does not yet recognize himself to pervade the whole of the ocean, including the depths, the shallows, and the surface. How do we wake him up? Yes, Deej asks, how does it awake? How do you awaken? Maybe through an alarm. You set an alarm clock and you go to sleep. But let me tell you, there's no alarms that can be heard at the bottom of the ocean. Any alarm clock you bring will be crushed under the weight. Besides alarm clocks, in which kids are another form of, dear Hybrid Jen, naturally, after your sleep is up, nobody forgets to wake up. You can trust that tonight, if you go to sleep, you will wake up. And do you have to be consciously thinking about it in your dreams? Do you have to be checking your watch while you're dreaming? Oh, I got 5 more minutes of sleep. No, there's no way to keep track of time while you're asleep. However, the dream can be so alarming that it points to a higher nature in which you're forced to wake up in order to realize it. In the same way that you can gain a feeling of suspicion over your dream, and you wonder, wait a second, I just turned around and the door was blue and now it's green. Something must be up. There is an impermanence here in the dream, and somehow that's unsettling at a deep level. That a part of ourself believes in permanence. And whenever we experience impermanence, something perks up deep inside us. Wait a second. Something has changed. It's like the nature of our being is to be on the lookout for anything that changes. The moment something does change, we go, oh, that's weird. Something deep within us doesn't expect change. So you gain a little lucidity. I must be dreaming. And so you wake up. That's one way of waking up without any external reason. But also there's just a natural tenure of sleep. That at some point, whether or not we gain lucidity in our dreams or not, they come to an end. And when they come to an end, something else begins. Awaken consciousness. You could also describe this in the spiritual path too. That there are ways of consciously recognizing the dreamlikeness of the way in which we were living before. And then through that lucidity, we awaken to a higher understanding. But also, there's just a natural flow of time. Even if we don't recognize the ways in which we are practically living while asleep, or asleep while alive, at some point we just wake up. Even if there was no necessarily influence that comes from the outside that says, hey, you need to wake up. That can be very natural and spontaneous. But there's no alarm clocks in spirituality. Thank you, dear Benjamin, for the heart me that you had sent. Om Ram Hanumate Namaha. I would like to begin to wrap up this live stream over the next, let's say, half an hour. Just to let you know, keep an eye on the time. And dear Tatvamasi, you ask, but why would you want to wake up if the dream is beautiful? Well, if there was even more beauty around out that you could experience, there's just more beauty for you there. It's never about leaving any beauty behind. It's about adding to the beauty that you can experience. And there's only so much beauty that you can experience while asleep. It's true, isn't it? Dreams can be very beautiful. There's a lot of beauty outside dreams. Bad drivers. You ask if I can heal you. Not sure if I can heal whatever it is in you that's making you a bad driver. And I'm sorry if you are going through something that you feel needs to be healed. I imagine that can be painful. The need for healing often goes hand in hand with pain. I'm sorry for any pain that may be there. I can't promise that anything I do or say is healing. But when I look at my past and I think of things that have healed me, maybe I can share some of those perspectives with you. And that doesn't come from me in particular, but comes from a place that exists in all of us, that if it's available for me, then it's available for you too. Thank you for reminding me, dear Tattvamasi. I do have a question of the day, actually. One of the most healing things that have come to me is the perspective that you're allowed to be in the process of healing. And that might sound obvious to some, but to myself and others, it's really not. Somewhere there is a subtle assumption that can arise where we feel like, in order to fully be me, I have to not be needing to be healed in any capacity more. That if there's something about me that needs to heal, then that means I'm not enough. It's a deep wounded part. Speaking of things that need to heal, I think that's perhaps the most important thing to heal. The idea that you're not supposed to be in the position that you are, or that you're not allowed to be healing, or that you're not enough until you're healed, or that there even is a time in which you're healed in the past tense. This goal-oriented view on health is an endless journey. No matter what we come to heal, always there's going to be some other wound, because that's just the nature of who we are. We are vulnerable. We are sensitive. There's always going to be something more which we could heal. There's infinite room for healing. This is all to say that healing is not a bad thing. That healing is a wonderful thing, and you should allow yourself to be in the middle of it, because there's nowhere else to be. There's no beginning, there's no end, there's just a process of health. And health means that there's something that could always be improved. And a healthy person is someone who is healing. Like, consider this body right now. This body is sick, but is it unhealthy? Well, it might feel unhealthy because it's discomforting to feel like this. It's uncomfortable to have a stuffy nose and maybe a little bit of a fever and congestion, etc. But imagine what it would be like if my body was not fighting this illness. It'd be so much worse. Actually, most of the symptoms that I describe are the process of my body becoming healthier. And so what you're feeling is the process of health. It's just that health can be uncomfortable. Healing can be painful. So if we're waiting for our bodies to feel good, well, that's something independent from wellness. True wellness can exist even if you're wounded, even if there's an illness, even if there's a problem going on. Wellness is not the absence of some level of functioning. Wellness is the ability to function in whatever way allows you to be here. Someone who is very physically healthy, but is unkind, I would say is unwell. But even someone who's deathly ill, but has kindness and compassion and love and no fear about death, they're better off than the rest of us. Yes, having a healthy body, healthy mind is a privilege, but it's not necessary to be happy. And the proof of that is, as I said, all those people who are unwell physically, but spiritually, emotionally, or mentally, they're doing even better than us. And that's where so much of life takes place. The wellness of life is found in our peace and prosperity. This may happen at higher levels and not necessarily at the physical. We've kind of covered a bunch of different points relating to healing and health there, but I hope the essence of that is conveyed, that you're absolutely allowed to be as you are. But yes, any blessing that I have the ability to give for health, that is freely given, free of charge. But any healing that happens is not because I have the power. It's because that possibility existed within you already. The same is true for all goodness that happens. It is not the cause of any individual, but we as individuals are honored to be able to witness the natural possibilities unfold, sometimes just in our presence. And that's a blessing we receive. Now, I said I'd give the question of the day before we go, and today that is, if you can read it above my head, even if you're enlightened, why is it still a good idea to set boundaries when necessary? The reason I ask this is because my intuition tells me that some people believe, and this is coming from past experience myself, that boundaries are a temporary solution. That once you go higher and higher, you won't have a need for boundaries and you can just live and let be, and if anyone says anything or does anything, that it doesn't matter. But we see great spiritual beings that have come before us who are absolutely at a level where they definitely could have been free to not set boundaries. It wouldn't affect them. They'd be happy and peaceful no matter what. But still, they set the example of setting boundaries. And why is that important? That's my question of the day. And while you think about that, I'm going to blow my nose. It's a tough question. That's okay. I don't expect anyone to answer, but if you do, that would be lovely. No right answers, no wrong answers. Take your time. This question is relatable to a recent conversation you've had, dear G to Infinity. Dear Hybrid Jen, you shared to keep a sober mind. Is this true? We do need to safeguard our mind from some negative influences. Not all. We can still be aware of things that we can do to help, and that requires us to be around some negativity sometimes, but there's a lot of boundaries that we can set to ensure that our mind doesn't become unnecessarily filled with negative ideas and thoughts and experiences. And along with that idea, dear deeds you share, we have to protect our energy. I like that. We need it to be aligned with the Dharma, shares Hari. Absolutely, it is the dharmic thing to do. However, what we've kind of done is begged the question. Engaging in Dharma is a good idea. So the question remains, why is it a good idea? Why is it dharmic? Tatvamasi, you share, we're still limited by our physicality, so there could be that boundary. Yeah, absolutely. You know, being enlightened doesn't mean that your body becomes immortal and you don't need to respect the limitations of a physical body. That's a great point. I like that. Ms. Bliss, you share it's healthy to have boundaries so people don't take advantage of you. I agree. And why is it important that people don't take advantage of us? Dear mate Jardayhanda, thank you for your team bracelet. Heart me and TikTok. Very kind of you. Dear Georgia, you share, if people use you up, there's nothing left over to love on yourself. We gotta protect our instruments of love. Dear G to Infinity, you share, we must be mindful of the energy we are around. Yes, it's a part of being a conscious participant in our surroundings. Tatomasi, you share, you love everyone, and that includes you. Yeah. Dear Real G, you share that boundaries are love and care for ones who might hurt themselves, not being enlightened yet. Absolutely. Yes. To enlightened people, probably don't need much in the way of boundaries, although I'd be curious to explore that possibility anyway. But yeah, you've spoken to the point of it's not for them. It's for the others around them. Boundaries are not only to protect the individual, but also those who may experience consequences from living without boundaries. Dear Enzo, you ask, what is a boundary? It's a good question. In this context, a boundary is something that we ask of others to respect, which otherwise would impede on well, our body's health, or our mental health, or even our friends, or our relationships. A boundary is where you draw the line in your relationship with someone else, where you define your role. An example of a boundary would be that maybe I'm really sensitive about the ice cream incident that happened 3 years ago, so until I work on that with my therapist, please don't bring up the ice cream incident, whatever the ice cream incident is. I don't know, I just made that up. And Hybrid Jen, you shared, to keep youngins safe. You see that tree, don't pass it. You want to be able to see you always. Yeah, I like that. That's a great example of a boundary. And you've hinted at the reason why, so that I'm able to see you. As that's important to me, and that's my job, to be able, at this developing part of your life, to be able to watch over you. Brenda, you shared, to keep out bad. In a general sense, yes. Although we can certainly reframe that in terms of keeping something in rather than trying to keep something out. Apologies as I turned off the alarm on my phone, which tells me to go to bed soon. And thank you, dear Anne, for the rose you sent as well. Radhe, Radhe. Yes. Protecting our peace, shares Brenda. Hello, dear Gabrielle. Being mindful of our comfort levels. The good awareness in relation to setting boundaries, dear Jeff. Indeed. Ms. Bliss, you share that boundaries helps teach people to respect others and themselves. I agree. Yes. Humans tend to learn by trial and error. You put your hand in fire, you experience repercussions of that. We learn to not put hand in fire. Boundaries are the line that, when crossed, have consequences. And thus, by upholding them, we teach those around us where those lines lay. And User 308, you shared to set an example for those who don't know how to. I love that answer a lot. Thank you for sharing that. Hybrid Jen, you share, you keep associating it with a border or a fence. Well, yeah, those are types of boundaries indeed. It would serve a very physical type of purpose. And dear Tatvamasi, you shared not morals, but there's dharma that you would have understood once you were enlightened, you'd guess. That makes sense to me. Yeah, a kind of way of understanding that in that enlightened state, there is still a reasoning behind setting boundaries that you must have clearly come into the light of. And dear Alice, you shared, to be as the mirror, the boundary reflects back the energy that the other can feel to grow. I love that answer a lot too, dear Alice. And Gabriel, you share, you think in order to touch something or someone, you need a boundary. That's very philosophical. I like that. For two things to come in contact, there must be a boundary against another boundary. If there's just a bottomless pit, then where is there going to be any contact? That's a philosophical question. I like that. That's a great example of a boundary, dear Hybrid Jen. Yeah. Dear G to Infinity, you shared it's not necessarily our duty to use our enlightenment to quote-unquote fix others. That's what your friend shared with you. No. It's not necessarily our duty, nor is it a duty at all, because as you have implied in your question, our enlightenment is something we have, and that's not something unique to us. By the very definition of it, that's something we all share. So there's nothing at that level to fix, for sure, in another. But we all have bodies and minds that could use some more love. And I think that's the purpose of having a body and a mind, to be receptacles of that love. And that's an opportunity not to fix anything, because that implies that it needs to be in a certain way, but an opportunity for us to give. I like what your friend had shared with you. Without boundaries, we trespass each other. I love that, dear Gabriel. And thank you for the follow, dear Mio. And that's funny, dear Buffa Plays. I like your sense of humor. And dear Tatwamasi, you share, what's the core of Namaha? That should be the answer to your question. I like that. Salutations in Sanskrit. Why? What are we saluting? We salute to show respect to a greater authority. Salutations is something that we give everyone to show that there's something within everyone that has with a greater experience than we do. And if that sounds like a logical contradiction, just consider the game of rock, paper, scissors. Is there a best hand in rock, paper, scissors? Rock, paper, not scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Is one of those guaranteed to make you win more? No. Yet at the same time, you can compare any two and get an answer which is better. If you ask which is better, rock versus scissors, well, if those are only options, you would choose rock. If the goal is to win, of course. You might have a more creative objective. But in the most simple sense, between rock and scissors, rock better. But between scissors and paper, scissors better. But between paper and rock, paper better. So if rock is better than scissors, which is better than paper, then certainly rock should be better than paper. And yet it's not true, because the system loops back on itself, and therefore there is no highest or lower, but still there is a hierarchy that goes infinitely up and down. It just loops back on itself. Now, the reason I bring that metaphor is in analogy with every one of us, that we can individually compare ourselves to each other, but that doesn't mean anyone is best in anything. So simultaneously, everyone has an experience in something greater than ourself, and no one has the greatest experience. Just like how any hand in rock, paper, scissors can be better than another, but no hand is greater than the whole. Now back to the question of the day. Dear Ms. Bliss, you share without boundaries. Some will just take. Yes, they're necessary for healthy balance. It's true. You have to have your needs met in order to be genuine with someone. I love that, dear Gabriel. I'm so happy to hear that this is a learning experience for you too, dear Samra, myself included. Yeah, we all salute the I in all shares Tattva-masi. And one form of showing respect is to kind of honor the space of the being. And we do that through boundaries. And Danny St. James, you share setting boundaries as a form of protection. And Cody Jane, you ask, what is ego? Ego is a word that has a lot of ego associated with it. And that's the irony of the word, is that if ego means a kind of limited self, we use the word ego in a very limited way, a very egoic way, which is funny. We talk about the ego as being bad and having to be destroyed or killed or eliminated or minimized. But that's a very egoic way of thinking, isn't it? Because to swap out the ego for anything else, if we were talking about any person, that a person is bad, that they shouldn't be there, and that we should kill them, oh my goodness, that would be very egoic of us to think like that. So if we really want to think about the ego properly, we have to be careful not to think about it egoically in turn. We have to think about it in terms of love, in terms of an unlimited sense of self. And what is the way of thinking of the ego in terms of love? Just by thinking about it in terms of something that has room for more love. That's all. If something has room for more love, that doesn't mean we should be attached to the space and then try to eliminate the rest. It just means that we should try to expand the space into the love that's possible. Similarly, if our ego ever gets in the way, that doesn't mean that there's anything necessarily wrong with it. It's just that there's more room to grow. And so we can continue to grow into that space which the ego has yet to occupy. Yeah, there's a negative sense in which we use the term ego and a positive sense. The negative sense is in the way of trying to remove a part of you, but the positive sense is in the way of incorporating it as a part of you. What is the ego as a part of you? It's your sense of self, and your sense of self should always be growing. If you come to the conclusion that your sense of self is limited, does that mean you should destroy your sense of self? No. It just means that you should expand your sense of self. That there's more room to grow, and that's a beautiful thing. our ego definitely is a real part of our life. But what isn't real is when it gets stuck anywhere, is when the ego says, this is who I am and nothing more. That's what's not real. What's not real is any kind of fixed identity, where you say, this is who I am and nothing else, and I'll never be anything more. But the trick is not in discovering that you weren't whatever that is, but rather that you are something which is beyond anything that you can identify with at the level of the body, the mind. It doesn't mean you don't have a body, or a mind, or a personality. And that's where this question comes in. There are still absolutely places of respect for the reality of our identity on the level of our body and mind. But we are so much more than anything that could be encapsulated just by these finite parts of our experience. Thank you, Cody Jane, for the heart me. Om Shri Mahalakshmi Namaha. And dear Gina, thank you for your rose and Gigi. Apologies. Namo Namaha. We must not identify with the ego shares G to infinity. Well, the tricky thing about that is the ego is our faculty of identification. Whatever we identify with is, by definition, ego. There cannot be anything that we identify with that isn't ego. Which again isn't a bad thing at all, because ego is not a bad thing. Ego is a very good thing, if you use it in the right way. We have to use our sense of self in an expanding way, rather than a limiting way, so that we continue to expand that identity into ways that includes more and more parts of our experience. That's right, dear user 821. The ahankar, which is a very, very, very important part of our andhakarana, our inner faculties of cognition. You cannot live without it. And we're listening to some deep bass healing music, something of that name, dear Georgia. Doom Knight, you share that negative ego is really just another word for being self-serving, you think. That is true, we do use ego synonymously with self-serving. But even the term self-serving is funny, because to serve the self truly means to serve everyone. Serving the body and mind is not serving the self. And when we think that we are the body and mind, we call that self-serving. But true service is to the self within you and within everyone. It's kind of ironic that we use our terms backwards. That selfishness, in the most literal sense, is the best thing you can do. To be concerned with the self within all things. That's selfish. Literally. Not colloquially. Colloquially, we use the term selfish to imply serving the body and the mind. But that's not the self. So why do we call that selfish? We should call it body-ish or sense-ish. Similarly, being selfless literally would refer to having no no awareness of oneself. And that's about the worst thing you can do. Because if you don't recognize yourself, how can you recognize the very same essence within everybody else? This is just wordplay. And when we say someone is being selfless, what we really mean is that they're attending to the universal self. Funny how we use our words backwards in that way. Anyway, the point is not to start a movement to change the way we use our words, but just to have some fun around the way that we do. Thank you, oh that guy. And thank you, Karina, for the heart me that you had sent. Ram, ram. Yeah, don't be selfless. Be absolutely selfish. I think it's very easy to take me out of context, but that's a reality I live with. That I have to accept too. And thank you, dear Georgia, for the hand hearts that you sent too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I'm very impressed with your knowledge, dear user 821. You are very right. Dear Carrie, thank you for the heart me that you share as well. Jai Sitaram. And Doom Knight, thank you for your rose and tiny. Oh, pardon me. Yippee! Is what I wanted to say to you, dear Doom Knight, for the tiny. And Cameron, you ask, should we put boundaries on our sense of self? No, there are no boundaries for our sense of self. But the way in which we serve an ever-expanding sense of self should respect the boundaries of our body and mind, which are the instruments to serve that expanded self. All the service that we do, we have to do through things that require boundaries. So it's not the self that is to be bounded, but it is the instruments themselves which are already bounded. And we have to respect those injunctions. And dear Jen, you share that our boundaries help others learn and grow. Yes, I like that answer. Thank you. Now let's pause the question of the day there for now and allow me to take you to the final portion of our Sangha before we leave tonight, which is our Nididhyasana. I'm very grateful for the exploration that we've had so far, but exploration can only go so far until we need to take a break. And breaks are important because they help us process all of the things that we've discovered along the way. We've gone through many subjects in today's live stream. I'd like to end with a little meditation to just kind of consolidate the essence of all that. So, if you like, entirely voluntarily, before we end the live stream, I'll do a guided meditation. And today, I'd just like to end with a guided meditation on being allowed to be human. Because we certainly all are. If that interests you, I hope to see you. apologies if my sickness makes this guided meditation less peaceful in any way, given the lack of peace happening at the cellular level of my body. Anyway, what better time to meditate than a time in which there is a bit of room to be more peaceful on the level of our body and the world around us, in the mind. There can be a lot of divisiveness over our shared identities. We all have values and principles that we hold close to our heart. Sometimes they can be in conflict with each other. There is a lot of conflict in the world right now. And no meditation is going to change that. And no meditation is necessarily going to change ourself either. But we can take this time to expand the level of our acceptance and presence to include maybe a little bit more of the conflicts going on. A kind of love and acceptance which allows for the humanity to be imperfect and yet continually improving upon itself without the need to be anywhere else than in the process that it's already a part of. So if that interests you, let us take 3 conscious breaths. Breath is always the first thing that you can return to when wanting to center yourself, because it's one of the beautiful parts of this experience which, unless we're conscious of it, is involuntary, and when we're conscious of it, becomes voluntary. Our body is generally pretty good at keeping up with the breaths, but sometimes it can breathe in a way that doesn't necessarily express the side of your nervous system you want to experience, since our breath is so intimately tied with that. When we're unconscious of our breathing, it might be very shallow, inconsistent, sporadic, shaky. It might not be so smooth. Our breath could be very fast. All of this creates a certain energy in our nervous system that responds appropriately. Circumstances where you would ever need such breathing or have to breathe like that are probably circumstances that engage your sympathetic nervous system, which is your flight or fight response. And you can look around you and you can ask yourself, is there anything that I need to flee from or fight? And most people's answer to that question, probably includes you, is no. There's nothing I need to fight right now. or flee from. Therefore, I can engage another part of my nervous system, which is better suited for what I can do right now, such as rest or digest, which is the name for the parasympathetic nervous system response. That is usually engaged when your body is breathing deeply. Smooth, consistent, natural breathing. Sometimes it can take a while to shift from the sympathetic to parasympathetic, and that's okay because there's absolutely no timeline. The alternative is staying in the sympathetic nervous system. Whatever goodness is available, no matter how long it takes, that is always preferable than not. This kind of breathing is perfect for meditation. In meditation, there's nothing to fight or run away from. Meditation is all about resting and digesting, both physically, but also mentally. Our mind needs to rest too and digest. Instead of digesting physical food, it needs to digest what it received in the forms of sound and touch and sight, and that may include all the stories that we've heard from the day. It may include things from long ago in our past that we still haven't fully processed. If I hand you a cucumber, it's not necessarily going to improve your life. If I give you a watermelon, it might just take up room in your fridge. Carrying it is heavy. We are wise enough to know that if we process food, it becomes useful. But by itself, a watermelon, a cucumber, just being in your house is not necessarily contributing to anything other than the possibility of having a meal later. Similarly, having undigested thoughts, memories, and ideas don't actively contribute to our life. Just like holding a watermelon or a cucumber, whatever. Just holding on to it isn't going to give you any nutrients. Now, continue to breathe consciously, returning to your breath whenever you notice that you forget, without judging yourself for forgetting. It's a part of the meditation to remind yourself. We're wise enough to recognize that even if something isn't giving me the feeling of flavor on my tongue and giving me energy and calories and good vitamins, just seeing fruit, you know that it has that potential. There is still room for us to become aware of the nutrients that exist in our thoughts and memories. Just like when we were younger, the vegetables were the kinds of food that we didn't want to eat. It didn't taste good. It was uncomfortable to continue to eat the next broccoli or Brussels sprout or whatever. But yet, a higher power, namely our parents probably, told us that it was good for us, and eventually we discovered that value. so too, those of higher authority in the spiritual sense, they tell us too, all of the negative things that have happened to you are like vegetables. At first, it doesn't seem like they're of any sustenance, and you would like only what tastes good to your eyes and ears and mind and skin and tongue and nose. But not all that tastes good is healthy. Similarly, not always living a life full of positivity is nourishing spiritually. Sometimes we require nutrients that can only be found in things that we might not want to eat first. So too, some of the memories that we have that are yet unprocessed, yet undigested in the spiritual fire of awareness, remain. And we have the ability to transform those thoughts into energy, into nourishment. And in the same way that our body takes nourishment from vegetables by breaking them down piece by piece and then reassembling them in a way that helps this body, so too we can break down our memories piece by piece, just a little bit at a time, and then we find the essence, the nectar, the importance of experiencing that, the meaning, the value. Even if at first it was not enjoyable, in the long term we experience the benefits from the building blocks we've deconstructed from that memory and we've put back together in newer and newer ways. We can take the energy of our history and shape it to become all future mystery. Conscious breathing. Return to the breath. Being human certainly requires a lot of trial and error. We spat our vegetables out many, many times before we finally realized that they're not for the dog. That yes, actually we are meant to eat them, in the same way that yes, we are meant to experience uncomfortable things, but not because it's poison, even though it might taste like it, but actually because our palate hasn't been refined to the point of recognizing the value in it. Sometimes we have to go outside our comfort zone and expand our palate to be able to increase the amount of nourishment that we get. This applies to the experiences of life too, and in the acceptance of the experiences we've had already. Conscious breathing, letting each breath inhale acceptance and breathe out anything that is no longer serving you. See, a lot of people live like that, where they spit out all the vegetables, but as a result, their health becomes sacrificed. Spiritually, spitting out all the vegetables means that you don't take time to process the negativity that has existed in your mind, your past, and the world around you. Spitting it out means repressing it, or blocking us from experiencing anything of that sort any further. Now, this is no time to judge yourself for doing so. You were absolutely valid to set the boundaries that you did at the time. In that moment, you were not ready to process this feeling. That you hid yourself from the reality of the world because you were not ready to process it. That's okay. It's not about doing something you should have long ago. It's about being proud of yourself for finally being at a place where it is possible and going through with that. Being human is not a test of perfection. It's truly a test of imperfection. How imperfect can the world be, and yet your spirit remains unconquered? The true test is not in making everything around you and in you perfect, but to recognize the value of a limited experience, of a world that has problems, yeah, but problem solvers like you. And perfection doesn't come from the solution just already being there. It is a process of continuing to solve the problems that occur around us, not to make this moment into anything different, but because that's what it means to be alive. You live for the purpose of reaching for that next rung, for looking back and seeing how far you've come, not to get anywhere that you weren't, but simply because the most rewarding life is one where you allow yourself to be human. And that means making mistakes. That means having time between the experience and when you finally are ready to process it. It means being smack dab in the middle of the process, far from any destination. Conscious breathing. Allow each breath to fill you up and empty you. Being human is difficult. But we don't do things because they're easy. We do things to challenge the status quo. We do things to challenge ourselves. We engage in the world to discover what's possible, not to reach a conclusion, but to discover the next reach of the infinite. There's no wrong way to be human. Even if you've made a mistake which the world can't seem to forgive, that's human. Our humanness includes all of our limitations. Our humanness is what provides us the scaffolding for something higher to transcend us. For us to put together something bigger than the whole, so that we feel a part of something meaningful. You could make mistakes your whole life and never learn. But that doesn't mean you're any less human. The life you live must be perfect for you, no matter what happens. But that's not to say allowing our humanness should ever bring in room for a lack of engagement in the world. Because part of being human also means inspiring others to transcend their limitations. Whether they do or not, they're still human. Whether you are successful or not, you're still human. And our humanity isn't defined by what we succeed or fail in, but in the fact that we give it a shot. And that's all we're ever doing. We certainly are not human beings having a spiritual experience, but spiritual beings having a human experience. And because this is a deep, mystical choice that we have made, you must be allowed to be human. Please give yourself that allowance. And take 3 more final, deep, and very human breaths. You may not be this body and mind, but that doesn't mean it's not a part of you. And it's a very beautiful part of you. Thank you for listening. I think that'll conclude our meditation. I hope that was a sufficient meditation for tonight. I can always improve on that tomorrow. As we end our live stream tonight, I thank you all for being here. As I said that, I read that someone by the name of No Thanks followed me. Thank you. No thanks. Thank you, dear Maisie. Nice to see you here. Yes, I upload the recordings of these live streams in full. This one's going on my Yamsox Lives ASMR channel. I misspoke. The Yamsox ASMR channel. Most lives get uploaded to the Yamsox Lives YouTube channel. I have 2. There also I upload the clips, which includes our readings and meditations, and they're in their own playlists. But once a week I dedicate a live to extra relaxation and validation and affirmation. And that is the purpose of Sundays. So I'll be uploading that one to my ASMR YouTube channel. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your perfume. Om Dum Dargaye Namaha. A little moth, thank you for your pair of roses and heart me. Ram Ram. And WFMD. Thank you for your quartet of roses. Jaya Sitaram. Yes, I try to go live for every night, unless I have to attend to my body or my family, which takes priority. Fortunately, that leaves me most nights to be here. So I hope to return around the same time tomorrow, 5 p.m. Pacific time. Until then, may this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Asatoma Sadgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Mritangamaya Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat. That means, lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to the light, from death to deathlessness. May there be peace in our environment, peace in our heart, and peace in the forces that compel us. Thank you, Tatwamasi, for your W and your popcorn. Jaya Nisargadatta Maharaj. And dear Gina, thank you for your rose. Om Kamlir Mahakalikaye Namaha. May you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment, whether that be in the form of a night or a morning or afternoon, evening, whatever it is for you. This moment that has no beginning and has no end, may you have a beautiful rest of it. May this be the beginning of the rest of your beautiful life. Thank you. Namaste.